Hallo, hallo. Basically how I've been feeling all of yesterday. Pretty much. Well, just before we start, I will say I wasn't expecting to go live today because I thought I was going to take a longer break after the weekend, but then I also realized I checked my calendar and I realized I have 2 streams on Saturday and Sunday for I think it's Asia versus EU Challenger Cup, as well as the Challenger Cup finals on Sunday. And so I felt like I didn't want to, if I take like Monday, Tuesday off and then I stream like Wednesday, Thursday or something, and then the weekend again, is probably going to be too stressful. So I'll probably be live today, maybe tomorrow, and then I'll take Thursday and Friday off instead, so that I have some time to relax before the weekend. Also, there's just a lot of stuff to talk about. And I really want to talk about stuff. Like, I want to look at new cards. I want to talk about the Duelist Cup. I want to talk about the Nationals that happened over the course of the weekend. We have so many things to talk about. We also have a new event in Master Duel, which is one of my favorite type of events, which is the time travel ones. And they are doing 2008, which is basically Teledad format, which is pretty cool. I want to check that out. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do today. It's gonna be potentially a little bit lower energy. Right now, I'm just talking like a little lower, maybe less hyped than usual because I'm slightly tired, but also because Charlie's here and I don't want him to leave. Because when I start talking too loud and too much and whatever, he'll go. But yeah, no, it's gonna be a chill stream. We're going to be talking about all kinds of things that happened over the course of the weekend. Of course, most of you were here watching. I appreciate you guys for hanging out. It's been good. We're gonna talk about the experience. Yeah, all that good stuff. So, because I also currently have limited access to my keyboard, as you can see, we're not gonna do card guesser today, but that's fine. Oh, that sounded crunchy to me. I have my speakers very, very low right now because Charlie's here. But that sounded crunchy. Obviously I have not had time to look into that issue over the course of the weekend, so that might still be the case. Yeah. It is crunchy. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't look into it since last week. Because I was obviously busy. But yeah. I'll turn it a little lower today so it doesn't really bother. I'm gonna leave it on so that I can hear when people subscribe, so I can tell them thank you. But I'll make it a little bit lower so it's not as annoying, or because some people were annoyed by it. Anyways, Nico, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate you. Milai Ray, thank you for the 22. Galactic Joey, Maestro Zelino. Oh. Okay. Blindwin, Exerion, Zandok, Max TCG. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for your support. Vielleicht and Zytek, thank you as well. Scratch that belly. So the thing is, he doesn't really like belly rubs that much. So I can only really do it when he sleeps, but then he wakes up from it and then he will hit me. So I will not do it. Because he doesn't like it. Can you play Remix Celebration? The thing is, I don't really know. I know. I guess let's talk about these things. I want to do an in-depth Duelist Cup thingy later, but just before we get into it, because a lot of people are going to come in over the course of the stream probably and ask the same question because they watched at some point over the course of the weekend, and people are going to wonder, did we qualify or not? But it is too early to celebrate. Because there is no official ranking yet, and we don't know exactly, and I will tell you guys later what the exact situation was. We're going to talk about it all. Currently, TLDR, so people can stop asking, or you can tell people that are asking. Likely, yes, because Quantal an hour before the end was second place, and we know that the person that was in third place, Abu Hamoud, did not overtake him, because we've talked to Abo, and Abo did not get more points than Quantal in the last hour. We don't know exactly. Fourth place basically was like very, very far away. They would have had to gain like 7,000 points in the last hour, which is not likely that it happened. I don't think it happened, so it's likely that we qualified, but we're gonna wait for the official standings before we celebrate, because I mean, look, it's not impossible that someone just wins like 7 games in an hour. It could have happened. Also, the other thing is, like, I feel like if they did, they would have at this point maybe posted about it or told people about it, like, hey, look, I overtook Quantal in the last hour because I had an insane like hour or whatever. And no one has done that. No one has like posted or told anyone about this sort of thing, so I don't think it's happened, but we don't know 100%. Either way, no matter what happens, Quantal's my GOAT, of course, for an amazing performance. I did not do well enough myself. We're gonna recap all of that later. Oh, see, now I'm talking too much. Yeah. 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 Okay. Okay. Oh well. Quantal had the best meta call. That's also possible. That's also something we're going to talk about later, because I'm happy about a lot of the parts about my own performance this time around. I did dismiss the Mermail deck a little bit. I didn't think it was bad. I just didn't think it was that good. And then when I played it on the weekend, I definitely did not play it well enough to perform with it, which is what I realized at some point. But yeah, no, we're gonna talk about all that. So we're gonna go in now that I can properly use my keyboard. Let us get started. With everything. Okay, so there's so much to do today. I don't even know where to start. I kind of want to go like less exciting news first, then some new cards like we usually do at the start of the stream, then other things, and then the big Duelist Cup talk when like everyone's here, you know, because people are assembling at the moment. So we'll see. Also, Arcanum Dragon, OG Haggy, Cardwell, Curry K, Beatdown Master. I don't even know if I've read your thingy already, but I appreciate the subs. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your support. Let's get started. We've missed, obviously, a lot of stuff because I basically haven't been... I mean, I've been live over the weekend, but not in the normal way. So let us begin with something less exciting, and then we'll get into some of the new cards and other announcements that we've had. This is like 6 days old at this point, so not a big news, but I just wanted to bring it up real quick. I do think there is a date now for Battles of Legends Monster Mayhem in Europe, which is good news and bad news at the same time, because the good news is that we now know when it's releasing. The bad news is that the release date is 28th of August, which is 2.5 months from now. So I believe the reason they did this is because they didn't want to release it. Like, I mean, they have a set schedule for set releases, and like they didn't want this to interfere with, like, we're getting Duelist Advance soon as well, right? And so they wanted to like not push it too close to each other, because then there would be like the 2 sets happening within like a week or something. I don't know. Either way, this is late. for Battles of Legends Monster Mayhem. No matter how you put it, no matter if they have good reasons for it or whatever, this is very late, and it is unfortunate because not only does this mean that Battles of Legends Monster Mayhem was not legal for like German and UK nationals and some other tournaments at that weekend, it also will not be legal for the European Championship. Which, once again, it's very unfortunate. The fact that it's Battles of Legends Monster Mayhem, which is probably one of the least impactful sets of the year, is kind of what makes it not like super terrible. Like if this was Duelist Advance or something, it would obviously be horrible. Or the Vanquish Soul, not Vanquish Soul, the K9 pack, right? Justice Hunters. If that was delayed by 2 months, that'd be pretty terrible. This one is like, no Orcus and whatnot. Unironically, there was a small percentage of me who thought if we qualify for Master Duel Worlds, I would maybe consider playing Necros at the European Championship because Necros is one of my favorite decks of all time. And if I'm already qualified for Worlds, I might try doing that. Now I can't do that, which is a little bit sad, but also probably for the better because I don't think I probably wouldn't have done super well with it. But that was like in the back of my head that if we do make it to Worlds via Master Duel, then I would have maybe considered playing Necros. Now that's not an option, unfortunately. But we'll deal with it. Maybe we'll get these cards later, but we'll still get them, so it's all right. Yeah, just wanted to bring it up. Not a good news, of course, but at least we now have a confirmation date, and we do know relatively far in advance now that it's not legal for Euros, right? So it is. People will not be prepping Orcust for Euros thinking they can play Orcust now, which is good. Is this the year for double Worlds qualification? I don't know, dude. I'm not in the playoffs for the points, which is always the more realistic way to qualify for Worlds in TCG. So, I mean, unless I have a crazy run at Euros, which we'll see if that's going to happen. I don't know. It hasn't happened in a while. The closest I've gotten to top 4 at Euros, what's the closest been? I think like top 16 or 32 since I qualified. I mean, I qualified for Worlds via Euros in 2012, but ever since then, I think the closest I've gotten is top 16 or 32. It's tough to top 4 Euros, man. Didn't you get top 8 with Sprite? Oh, that... Yes, right. No, I did, but that year there was no Worlds qualifier. That's why I didn't really count it in my head. But that was Euros. Yeah, right. True. Yeah. I did get top 8 at Euros in 2023. But that year there was no World. No, 22. Because 22 there was no Worlds because of COVID. When exactly is Euros this year? I have it in my calendar. I can check real quick. It is 2 weeks after the NAWCQ. So the NAWCQ, which will be streaming, by the way, I'll be live on the weekend of NAWCQ. It's kind of far in advance now, but like just so it's out there. The NAWCQ is on the 12th and 13th of July, and the European Championship is the 26th and 27th of July. So 2 weeks after NAWCQ. Yeah, okay. Well, that is Battles of Legends. Next up, we have new cards. Bunch of new cards, which I have not read yet. So I've heard of some of these, of course, because people have been talking about it. But I haven't really looked into any of these. We're going to go one by one. We're going to see which ones of these are exciting, which ones are not exciting. We will find out together. Hibana Yori, thank you so much for the 5 gifties. I appreciate that. Thank you. Very kind of you. Enjoy your gifties, everybody. Also, Sinister Slot, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. All right, so Solve Accord is the first set of cards we're going to look at. Now, My problem here is that I rely on chat a little bit on context here because I am not incredibly familiar with Sulfur Court cards. I have seen some of them at some points, but not super. I mean, of course, they're not very relevant at the moment, so I am not the most familiar with Sulfur Courts. So even if these cards maybe are custom for the archetype, I might not see it because I'm not super familiar with it. So let us let's just read the cards, see if they are good cards on their own, and then you guys can give me some context maybe on how good this is in Sulfur Chords. So we have Sulfur Chords Solfagia, level 2 light fairy pendulum effect monster, pendulum scale 9. Pendulum effect, you can only use the pendulum effect of this card name once per turn. When a monster effect activated by your opponent on the field resolves, if you control a Grand Sulfur Chord monster, I'd know that those are like the big ones, right? They have like Sulfur Chords, and then they have Grand Sulfur Chords, which are the high level, maybe it's extra deck, even, I don't know. The links, okay. The links are the Grand Sulfur Chords, okay. You can negate that effect, then destroy this card. Okay, that seems like a powerful effect. I like that this is a monster effect on the field. In general, I just want to give a shout out to monster effect negation, but only on the field. I like that a lot because it means you're not just ignoring hand traps. I think that is one of my biggest gripes with certain monster negates, is that you'll just like make them and then you ignore Nibiru, you ignore whatever else your opponent is doing. Like I'm talking like Phantom of Yubel, Appaloosa, and so on and so forth. Like all those cards, you know, it just annoys me when a deck just gets to combo harder because they have insulation from Nibiru that way. So I Ryziel Cross, yeah, that kind of stuff just has a lot of potential to snowball into crazy combos because you just get a free nib security, you know. This is a powerful effect nonetheless. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's bad or weak. It's a very strong because it's in resolve. And we know how powerful that is with Ryziel Cross as an example as well as a comparison. But I think on the field it's just a better balancing, dude. I acknowledge the fact that they are not going to print. They're not going to stop printing any form of negation, right? Like there's always going to be something that negates something or stops something in Yu-Gi-Oh! That is a core part of the game, but at least make it somewhat limited and balanced, right? Like the cards I hate the most are the ones that just negate everything, like Monster Spell Trap, and then doesn't even matter if it's on the field or not, and maybe there's not even a cost attached to it, like can't even interact with it at all. Or whatever. Like this is like, okay, it's limited to monsters, and even within the monster negate category, it is limited to monsters activated on the field, which is probably fine. Especially since it's Sulfur Chord. Anyways, I've been rambling too much. It's not really, that was not really about the card. It was just more about negates in general. But okay, moving on. Actually, let's look at new cards. You can only use the first and second monster effect of this card's name each once per turn. If you control no monsters or all monsters you control are Sulfur Chord, you can special summon this card from your hand. Okay, potentially good. I don't know how desperately they need an extender. When you activate this effect, you can also tribute this card. During your main phase, you can special summon a Sulfur Chord from your hand, except another one of itself. Or if you tributed this card at activation, you can special summon that monster from your grave or extra deck instead. That seems neat to me, right? This is like, if you don't tribute it, you can just summon one from your hand, which is decent, right? Like this basically makes it a double extender, right? Like you can special summon itself and then you can use its effect to special summon another one from your hand, which seems pretty good, especially in pendulum decks, because that means you can do early Beyond the Pendulum or early, I mean, I guess in Master Duel and OCG, you can make early, what's it called? You can make early Electromite. But in general, also having the option to tribute itself to summon from grave or extra deck seems pretty good as well. Can dodge. This cannot dodge because it is not a quick effect. The way I'm reading it. There's no quick effect here anyway, so you cannot like tribute itself to dodge anything, right? Well, yeah, no, this seems like a solid start, I would say. What I'm wondering here, and this is where context is needed, right? Because what I'm thinking, the best application for this card would be the following, right? You want to summon it from your hand, use it as an extender / starter. Then you want to link with it or whatever Sulfur Quartz is doing with the cards. Then it goes into your extra deck. And now you need to tell me, is there a way to put it from the extra deck into the scale or back into your hand? Because that would be the ideal use case, is like you summon it as the extender, it goes in your extra deck, and then it goes into your scale later so that you can negate an opponent's monster effect. Okay, you guys are saying yes. So that seems like that's something that Sulfur Quartz can do, which, you know, guess what? The card makes sense. Sulfur Quartz Primoria, level 1 Earth Fairy Pendulum Effect monster. When you pendulum summon a monster, you can target a Sulfur Quartz card in your pendulum zone, return it to the hand. When you pendulum summon a monster, target a Sulfur Quartz card in your pendulum zone, return it to you. Yeah, okay. Monster effect, you can only activate the first and third monster effect once per turn. If this card's normal or special, you can add a Sulfur Quartz card from your deck to your hand. Okay, I mean, that's phenomenal. It is a level 1, so it cannot be, or it can be pendulum summoned actually, because it's a scale 0. Your activated Sulfur Quartz card effects cannot be negated while you have Sulfur Quartz cards with even and odd pendulum scales in your pendulum zone. If you link summon a Sulfur Quartz monster, you can add a Sulfur Quartz card from your graveyard or face-up extra deck to your hand. Oh yeah, that's what it does. Okay. So you link summon, and then you get the you get this one back to your hand, and you can scale it to get the monster negation. Okay. Scale 0 is very good in Sulfur Quartz. See, this is something that, you know, it makes sense because apparently you care about having, I believe that's something that Sulfur Quartz has on more cards, the whole even and odd thing, right? With even and odd scales. Because that means if you want to have like if you want to have an even low scale, you have to go for 0 or for 2. And if you go for 2, then you can like not summon any of the level 1s or level 2s. But yeah, that seems like a good card as well. Oh. Sulfur Quartz Happiness. Activate one of these effects, but you can only use each effect once per turn. Discard a card. And if you do, add 2 Sulfur Quartz Pendulum monsters with different pendulum scales from your deck to your hand. Then you can special summon Sulfur Quartz Pendulum monsters from your hand up to the number of monsters your opponent controls +1. I like this extra effect depending on whether you're going first or second. I like this a lot. The fact that you can summon more cards if your opponent has a board seems cool to me. In general, this is a relatively standard, so far, relatively standard discard 1, search 2. But on top of that, you get discard 1, search 2 plus special at least 1 from your hand, which is pretty good. It's a pretty big Ash choke point, of course, but it's still pretty good. During your main phase this turn, you can conduct 1 pendulum summon of a Sulfur Quartz monster in addition. Oh! It gives you a second pendulum summon for Sulfur Quartz if you want to. As well, okay. Or you can special summon 2 Sulfur Quartz from your pendulum zone. And you can use, basically, you can activate this card 3 times. And use each individual effect once if you have a way to recycle it, or if you have a way to search more copies of it. That seems pretty good. Also, someone in chat is pointing out right now the way it's worded here, which, yeah, this would not be a cost the way this is worded, which makes it obviously a lot better into Ash Blossom. Good catch. Yeah, that's true. It is not a cost if this translation is correct, which seems like it is. That means it's not that weak into Ash, actually. That's you know what? Those are 3 really good cards, I think. Now here's where my lack of knowledge comes in with just Sulfur Quartz in general, right? I am just not super familiar with the deck. This feels like something that this feels like just a good engine, right? This does not make your end board incredibly more powerful. It just feels like something that makes the deck more consistent, and it makes it like flow better, right? The one thing that I'm always a little bit careful of with pendulum cards is that these cards basically have no locks to them whatsoever, which I think is one of the most dangerous things that you can have in pendulum in particular, because before you know it, this stuff might be just abused as regular pendulum slop stuff I've played against it. Maybe it's just me being biased right now because I've played against exactly that deck like a couple of times during the Duelist Cup in Master Duel, and that deck is obnoxious to play against. I had a game against them where they on turn 1 they summoned their entire extra deck, like all 15 cards, and they had like 16 pendulum. I clicked at their extra deck, and it's like 14 pendulum monsters and 1 face down extra deck card or something after their turn 1 is what happened. And they've gone through Magispector, they've gone through Melodious, they've gone through obviously the whole Draco Slayer spreadsheet, whatever, all that stuff, Amorphage locking me out of spell cards and out of my extra deck, so on and so forth. Like, they've gone through everything. Like, you filter by Pendulum, the odds are the card was in their deck and in their extra deck face up, everything. So I don't know, dude. I like Pendulum decks when they make unique usage of the Pendulum mechanic in their own ways. Like, for example, I like Pure Melodious. And I also think like other concepts like Valmonica or Nemlaria or whatever, you know, some of them better than others, some of them more fun than others. But like when they use the Pendulum mechanic in like a unique way to make something happen, I think that's cool. When it's like more, and I'm sure I'm not gonna have like a huge issue with pure sulfur quartz. This seems fine. But yeah, these cards seem fine. That's all I have for now. I don't know exactly enough about sulfur quartz. Oh yeah. Next up, Megalith. Megalith is getting a new support wave in what is Doom of Dimension, right? That's the same set for this as well. Yeah, this is all Doom of Dimension. Megalith, more ritual support, I guess. I don't have that much connection with Megalith either. I think I've played it in NNR Festival in Master Duel, where it seemed fun. I mean, I am a fan of ritual summonings. I like that mechanic. So let's see what we have. We have Megalith, Hulock, Earth, Rock, level 4. You can ritual summon this card with any Megalith card. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. You cannot activate the first and second effect in the same chain. If this card is ritual summoned, you can add a Megalith card from your graveyard to your hand. During the main phase quick effect, you can ritual summon a Megalith ritual from your graveyard, except itself, by tributing monsters from hand or field whose total level equal or exceed the level of that monster. Remind me real quick. I feel like, now that I'm reading this, I felt like one of Megalith's gimmicks was that they don't have ritual spells, they summon each other with monster effects. Is that true? I feel like that rings a bell. Don't they all just ritual summon each other? Yes, okay. So here's the thing. This feels like they have one quick play that ritual summons, but okay. But for the most part, that's what they do, right? They ritual summon each other. I feel like I remember that. This card seems fine. It feels like this might be an angle where I call this card just okay, and some people tell me, no, this is actually exactly what Megalith needed, because it adds cards back from graveyard and ritual summons from graveyard. But to be honest, I feel like this isn't the craziest thing in the world, where that's just the nature of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that cards that add cards back from the graveyard or summon cards from the graveyard, usually that is not the main priority of what makes a card good, because that is stuff that's mostly useful for follow-up and for like certain resource loops, which is not important, but it's not the most important thing for a card. Like, usually when a card only does that one thing, it's usually more like a one-off type thing that you search at some point to get your cards back, right? Like, usually those sort of effects are fine. Maybe the big deal about this card is the fact that it ritual summons on your opponent's turn. I don't know how often they have that in Megalith. I don't know if that's a big deal in Megalith, because I think they have one. Don't they have one big one that just pops a bunch of stuff when it's summoned? Like, is it Bether that does that? So maybe that's the neat part. But yeah. It seems okay. Then we have Megalith, Nortra, Fulra. Earth Rock Ritual is big, 37. You can ritual summon this card with any Megalith card. It must be ritual summoned using only ritual monsters. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can reveal this card in your hand. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to the activation of your Megalith ritual monster's effects for the rest of this turn. Oh. Generally, not a fan of these sort of uninteractable things. Now, I will say, I think not being able to respond to the effects is not the same level of cringe as, like, completely unaffected, like, let's say, Sangan Summoning or the Gimmick Puppet Field spell. But it still gives me those kind of vibes, where, like, you know, maybe it's just like, okay, well, they need this because otherwise this deck just completely dies to Ash Blossom or something, right? So, like, you need to stop that. And for the most part, a lot of stuff, like not being able to respond to something can be outplayed in Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot of the time. Like this is way better than unaffected. Unaffected is, I think, the worst type of uninteractability. Yeah. So maybe it depends how the deck actually plays, but like maybe this is okay. This is still very powerful. Yeah, but like the goal is not for the cards to be bad. The goal is more for the cards to, because I'm thinking like, let's say Tenpai had this, right? Let's say Tenpai Sangan Summoning said, instead of unaffected in main phase 1, it just said your opponent can't respond to your Tenpais, right? It would be so much easier to interact with Tenpai in the main phase, right? You can still Veiler the Chundra when they try to go into the battle phase, and then they are forced to go like into the Biden Dragon to bring it back or whatever. And if you have like a second Veiler or an Imperm or whatever, then you can just Imperm it again and then the turn ends, right? It's like, but like otherwise, let's say you have like 2 Imperms, Nibiru and whatnot. If they activate Sangan Summoning, you die. You still die. I don't know. Not really. What do you mean not really? What about my example was not correct there? If you have 2 Imperms, 2 Imperm still does. Okay, 2 Imperm specifically works in battle phase as well, but if it's Imperm Veiler, no. Let's say you have Imperm Veiler, which is a relatively common pairing of non-engine, and then they have a Sangan Summoning, right? If you have Imperm Veiler, you're dead. If you have Imperm Veiler versus Sangan Summoning, you die. You can burst with Sangan Summoning on field. What does burst mean? Meteor burst? What's the point of me? I don't understand. Imperm only works if they don't make Transcendent in main phase. Well, you can prevent that with in the world where I'm talking in a world where Sangan Summoning has this effect. Because then you can just Imperm the Transcendent before they go battle phase. How do you deal with the revived Chundra? Can't they just chain it? We're talking past each other, I think. But in this example where you can use Imperm or Veiler in main phase 1, if they go Pydra and Chundra and have Sangan Summoning, you just Veiler the Chundra in main phase 1, which means that they cannot kill you through Imperm. I don't think it is it's that hard to understand. What do they make to play through the Imperm if they have a negated Chundra and a Pydra? They can't play through it because you can just Imperm the whatever level 7 they make. It does not work. And if they, in main phase, go for Biden Dragon to bring back the Chundra to like, because you can't respond to it, right? That's the example. Like, you can't respond with Imperm to the Biden, but then they go battle phase, and then you Imperm the Chundra anyways, and they can't synchro because it's 2 tuners. But yeah, it's I was just in my head, all of this, it's a lot of yapping right now just to figure out that I think this is a lot more healthy than Unaffected. But yeah, whatever. It's a different deck anyways. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. Then if that effect targeted a card on the field, you contribute a monster your opponent controls. Yeah, dude, I don't know. It's healthier than Sangan summoning, but I still can't bring myself to like the design of this card in particular. Because it's just like, it's can't respond to stuff. Omni negate on your end with a bonus as well, right? Like we've talked about, it's crazy how we've talked about this one, and I'm like, yeah, okay, it's a negate, but it's very, very specific. Monsters and only on the field, and then they give me this on the next page, right? And it's like, okay, this negates everything, destroys it, and has a bonus for some reason, right? To be fair, I think it's hard to find a card that's less healthy than Sang. That's also a good point. Only because it is healthier than Sangan summoning does not mean it is healthy at all. That's not what I was trying to say. I'm just trying to draw comparisons to see how bad it really is. So it's not that bad, but you are right. The bar is very high for a card to be more toxic than Sangan summoning. Yeah. The only thing that I could see here for why this second effect would ever be considered okay is because Megaliths are currently completely ass. And this is a level 12, and I don't know how easy it is to summon. Because from the cards I have seen so far, and from the cards I remember, I believe they still have to match levels. I don't know if they have a way to cheat it, quote unquote, right? Because this card also says you can only use ritual monsters for it. So even if they had, let's say they had a main deck monster, or like there's another monster that says you can treat it as the entire tribute, it doesn't work on this thing. It has to be a ritual monster. So I don't know if there's easy ways to summon it, but on its own, it is a very good card. Megalith Anastasis, continuous spell. You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. You can discard a card, add a level 4 or lower, and a level 8 or higher Megalith monster from your deck to your hand. Ooh, okay. Continuous card that searches 2 cards every turn, a small one and a big one. Once per turn, if you ritual summon a Megalith monster, you can activate one of these effects. But you can only use each effects once per turn. You can draw 2 cards, then discard a card, or you contribute a monster your opponent controls. Okay, this card's very good. This card seems custom. This card, even though it might not look as fancy as like the Omni Negate and uninteractable stuff, I feel like this is the real reason why this wave might be interesting. Because it's a consistency card, which I think is huge for ritual decks. Not only that, on the first one, you're not going plus, right? You're going discard 1, add 2, but it's a continuous card, so it's also absurd follow-up. Plus, it's card advantage once you ritual summon, because you draw 2, then discard 1. Plus, it gives you board clear and interruption on the opponent's turn, because they have quick effect ritual summoning. So you can tribute a monster on your opponent's turn. So this card, I think, is this card is very good. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is not even a 1-card starter. That might be a Megalith issue, though. I don't know. I don't know. But I feel like if the deck cannot combo after adding 1 level 4 or lower and 1 level 8 or higher from deck to hand, then it's just like a terrible deck. If that's the case. But the card itself is crazy. Right? But yeah, maybe it's not. maybe this. But if the deck, if this does not combo, then basically it means Megalith has no 1-card combos, and probably not even many 2-card combos. Then maybe Megalith is just not a good archetype, or maybe there's a world where you can still play it even if it is less dependent on 1-card combos. Because I do think that is something that with modern Yu-Gi-Oh sometimes I don't like the fact that people dismiss decks only because they don't have enough one-card combos or whatever, right? Like, I don't know. Of course, a lot of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is about being able to consistently play, and one-card combos help you with that. But in a universe where you don't need to play 20 hand traps to deal with the meta decks, it's completely okay for certain decks to be more engine heavy and mostly rely on 2-card combos. I mean, it's not that long ago that decks like Unchained were meta, which didn't really rely on 1-card combos. Like, they played Tour Guide and that was basically it, right? There's a lot of other decks that have like maybe a 1-card combo, but most the other stuff is 2-card. Like, yeah, Mermail is an example right now, even though it's not the most healthy deck. But like, you have Neptibus, that's your 1-card combo. Mathematically, the deck shouldn't work off of that. If that's your only measurement of like, hey, how many 1-card combos does this deck have? Like, Mermail basically has 3, maybe 4 if you play 1-for-1, maybe some more if you play Diva. But like, for the most part, it's 2-card combos. Like, you want to draw like Dragoons plus a way to discard it. You want to draw Shadow Squad plus a way to discard it, whatever, those kind of things, right? But yeah. This card is a cost. Yeah, I mean, this card is going to make the deck terribly weak to Ghost Ogre as well, because this is like the Ghost Ogre target. If they've ever made a card that wants to be Ghost Ogred, this is the one. Like, they discard one, you get rid of that thing. That's crazy, dude. But yeah. Solid cards for Megalith. The question is it enough? Which I don't know the answer to it, because I haven't really messed around with Megalith at all. This could be huge for NR format if they are commons. All right, next up, we have Dark Magical Circle. Oh no, that's an alt art. Never mind. Oh, I thought that was a new card. Okay. It's just alt art for Dark Magical Circle. Okay, that's fine, I guess. But not much to talk about there. All right, next up, we have... This is something I really wanted to look at this while I was not streaming, right? Because it's the MST archetype. And I know this is not the newest news because you guys have probably all seen this last week, but I haven't. I held off because I was focused on the Duelist Cup prep and on the Duelist Cup. I heard they made MST into an archetype, which, as an old head, I think is just hilarious and very cool. I like this a lot. The idea of just making an archetype around a super iconic staple from back in the day, which is like Mystical Space Typhoon. Still, I don't think it would I still would not call Mystical Space Typhoon a bad card in modern standard. It's just very simplistic, right? It's just a very simple card that usually doesn't see play because like Cosmic Cyclone is slightly better. But like, if there's a deck that incentivizes you to play MST, that's kind of neat. I mean, most modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks don't really have great spell trap removal, or like some of them don't have great spell trap removal. So the ability to somehow incorporate that card into your deck is kind of neat. But we'll see, I guess. I don't know. I just think the idea behind this is cool. So we have Magnifi-Storming Megala. So is Magnifi-Storming? Yeah, Magnifi-Storming is the name for it. The archetype. Level 3 Wind Fairy effect monster. 500 attack, 1500 defense. You can only special summon with the first effect of this card's name once per turn. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. If you have Mystical Space Typhoon in your graveyard, or your opponent controls no spell traps, you can special summon this card from your hand. If a Magnifi-Storm quick play spell or Mystical Space Typhoon is activated, you can special summon a Magnifi-Storm monster from your deck with a different name from the monsters you control. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except wind monsters. Okay. I like the lock, first of all. Shoutouts to whoever put that there. I like when decks have proper locks, and being locked to wind, I think, is certainly a lock. That certainly counts as restriction. And yeah. No, what I can immediately tell here is that this card is going to be a lot better when you're going first, because then your opponent will just never have a spell trap, and then you can always just special summon it out for free. You do need another card to make it work, though. First, because it's not a, it doesn't, it needs another. I guess we'll see how many quick play spells they have. Magnifi-Storming Air Dam. Level 3 Wind Beast. You can only special summon with the first effect once per turn. You can... Ooh, do they all have this? Okay, if you have Space Typhoon in your grave or your opponent controls no spell traps, special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Magnificestorm monster or a Mystical Space Typhoon from your deck to your hand, except Airdam. Okay, so this even makes it so the deck has very, very searchable outs to spell traps. Which is cool, and that's obvious. That's a good card. You know, that's a good card. Because you can just special summon it. This is also just like going first, right? This is just Terror Top. If you think about it, just baseline, right? Because you can just special this, add this, and then special this. And as long as you don't use the effect of this, then you don't care. Like, you're not getting locked, because this one does not lock you. This one this one does not lock you. This one locks you. So it can just be special summoned going first for a +1. Of course, the downside is that when you're going second and your opponent sets one imperm, you can't special summon it anymore. But yeah. Magnificestorm Suen. You can only special summon. Okay, if you have MST in your grave, yep, same effect. If this card is normal or special, you can add a spell trap or MST from your deck to your hand. Okay, see, so this makes this a even this is 2 bodies plus a spell in your hand, right? Like, you go first, special this, search this, special this, add a spell trap. There you go. See, that's not terrible. Maybe even as like an engine. Maybe if there's a format where the most popular decks like don't run much back row and you don't like care, like going second, this could play into boards pretty well, depending on how things go. Magnificestorming Crothia, level 6 winged beast effect monster. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. If a quick play spell card is activated, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Magnificestorm card and or a mystical space from your deck and or grave to your hand, except Crothia. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except wind monsters. So what you're telling me is that I draw phase, I activate a runic spell. I activate a runic spell to special summon, all right? Then I chain Crothia to it. I special Hugin because I'm not locked into wind yet. I special summon Crothia, which adds 2 cards from my deck to my hand for free. And I also chain block my Hugin because I go chainlink 1 Hugin, chainlink 2 Crothia. Or the other way around, depending on which one you care about more. Okay. Cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects while your opponent controls no spell traps. Magnificestorm Vortex Beauty Valrune. Level 9 Wind Aqua. You can only use the first, second, and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If a quick play spell is activated, you can special summon this card from your hand. I want to point out, I skipped over this right now. This also includes your opponent's quick plays. If your opponent is playing a deck with any quick play spells in it, you can just use these cards going second immediately. Like, you will start your turn with just more cards in hand and a free body on the board. If your opponent plays any quick play spells on the first turn, right? I don't know, whichever deck you're thinking of that has a quick play spell, you can just use these cards against going second. You lock yourself out of Nibiru? You do, yeah, you do. That's another thing that you have to be aware of, that after you do this, your opponent does not have to play around Nibiru at all when you're doing it going second. That's a good point. When your opponent activates a monster effect and you have Mystical Space Typhoon in your grave, quick effect, you can negate that effect, and if you have 2 or more Mystical Space Typhoon in your grave, you can destroy that monster. If Mystical Space Typhoon is activated while this card's in your grave, you can special summon it. Okay, that's a neat recursion. That's a very annoying card to deal with, I suppose. Okay, MST does negate, sure. Fair enough. Yeah, good point. Hilarious. MST now negates. Yeah. This card is good. This card is good. It's it's good. It's solid. I'm like waiting right now because I still need to see their own quick play spells, because I think so far from what I'm reading here, this is all solid cards. I don't see the bigger picture yet of how exactly this deck wants to play, and how good it would be, because it's missing some like payoff. It's missing, or maybe not payoff, because they have some payoff, but like they, yeah, I need more. Okay, it seems like, yeah. So there's two types of monsters, right? They have three monsters that you summon if your opponent has no spell traps, or you have MST in your grave, and then the other three summon themselves in response to a quick play spell. This is the third one. If a quick play spell is activated, you can special summon this card from your hand. If a quick play spell is activated, you can target up to 2 cards your opponent controls, shuffle them into the deck. If Mystical Space Typhoon is activated while this card's in your grave, you can special summon it. I mean, that's a powerful form of removal, dude. It does target, and here's the thing with this one, it can be chain blocked. This is the type of, and I think that's a positive actually for like, I like this when oh wait, no, is this a trigger or a quick effect? No, it's a trigger. I think it's a trigger. I think I yapped. Because it doesn't say quick. No, it's a trigger. Yeah, it's a trigger. Never mind. The hand effects are also triggers. They also cannot be chain blocked, which is good for the deck. Yeah, it's a new chain. It is a new chain. Yeah. Oh, so chain blocking Hugin is even better with these. Because you can just go Chainlink 1 Hugin, Chainlink 2 effect in hand. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, those are your payoffs, I suppose. It's the Valrune and the Phoenix, right? You get a monster negation and you can shuffle 2 away. That's so far what you have. Magnifi-Storm Stanza Tribute. Quick play. Activate one of these effects, but you can only use each of these once per turn. Add a level 4 or lower Magnifi-Storm monster from your deck to your hand. Add a Mystical Space Typhoon from deck or graveyard to your hand. If this card is destroyed by the effect of Mystical Space Typhoon, you can set this card. Oh, I get it. I think I get what this means. Do all of the spell traps have this? They do. Yeah, they do. Okay. I think that is so that if you play against a deck without like much spell traps, you can MST yourself just to make sure that MST can get into your graveyard, so you can you know, get these guys out of your hand. Also, very often you just want to be able to activate Mystical Space Typhoon right here. Because all of the big ones can come back from the graveyard if Mystical Space Typhoon is activated, which in theory would make your opponent be able to play around it completely by just not having any spell traps, which forces you to MST yourself. So that means they gave the spell traps a positive effect when you MST yourself. So basically you activate the, let's just call this the Rhoda, the quick play Rhoda. You just activate it, and then you can chain MST on it, and then it comes back. The mirror sounds Troll Despair. I don't know if I agree. The mirror sounds complicated, is what I would say. I don't think it's because they don't have any like toxic interactions with each other. It just means that like the cards trigger each other, which is not a bad thing. That feels more like it's a lot going on. But that's not always a bad thing. That seems kind of fun, actually. I don't hate this so far. This seems fine. Magnifi-Storming Summoning Technique. Activate one of these effects. Send a Magnifi-Storm from your deck to your graveyard, or add Mystic. Or every single spell trap can search MST, which is cool. You're just not gonna lose to random floodgates, except for Anti-Spell Fragrance. With this deck, which is nice. Sending Magnifi-Storms from deck to grave is, I think, worse than searching. Like, searching the small ones. The small ones are the good engine ones, right? Sending the big ones from deck to grave just so you can bring them back later is fine, right? Wait, do they immediately... Wait, okay, how does this work? if Mystical Space Typhoon... Oh, no, this is not Mystical Space Typhoon. Never mind. You would have to activate this, send one to the grave, then activate MST. Okay. I feel like what's missing so far is... I wish they had more ways to just search MST for free. Because what I'm seeing so far is that, yes, you can search Mystical Space Typhoon with this card. But if you want to do that, you have to skip on doing the other part, which is not something you want to do, right? You would always like to add, I think. You wouldn't like... The only one that searches MST for free, quote unquote, is this one, right? This one searches MST for free because it searches a Magnificestorm card and an MST. In which case, you're not missing out on the other thing. You can use both effects in the same turn. Yeah, but let's like... That requires you to draw 2 or search 2, which at that point you are using a search for this card instead of another card and so on and so forth, right? So it's like, it's iffy. But yeah. Because I feel like this deck feels like a deck that only flows well if you can keep up having Mystical Space Typhoon in hand and in grave, right? Because the more times you can activate Mystical Space Typhoon, the more times you can bring these guys back from the grave, the better your grind game is. But like Mystical Space Typhoon, I don't think is... It's not a bad card, but I don't think you would want to play 3 copies. Or maybe you do just because it's so important for the archetype. But you would most likely prefer to like get them for free and recycle them. And you don't want to use like a dedicated effect on getting back MST to your hand. But maybe it's fine, but yeah. And then we have Sight Trance. Activate one of these effects. Draw 2 cards, then discard a Magnificestorm card or a quick play spell. If you do not have any in your hand, discard your entire hand. Bro, draw 2, discard a Runic? I can play this in Runics. I don't need to play a Magnificestorm deck for that. That's just Allure of Darkness for Runics. No, that's actually good. That's good. You discard a Runic and that's free anyways because Fountain just gives it back. And Striker, dude, this is a generically good card. Of course, I'm thinking Runics first, but this is a generically good card. If you're playing Sky Striker and you play like infinite quick play spells anyways, because you play heck, you might even play 1 Mystical Space Typhoon in Sky Striker. That's not outrageous. To like, you can like Space Typhoon sometimes your own stuff to trigger it, like your whatever, if you play Area 0 or whatever. Like, people have definitely played Cosmic Cyclone in Sky Striker before. You play Magnificestorm to search this. I mean, yeah, there's parts of this that don't really lock you, right? There's like some cards are not as splashable, like Crothia or Megala, but you can definitely play Airdam and Suen in like other decks. And you can definitely play this in other decks as well. I like this archetype. Shocker, it has synergy with Runic cards. Just Josh likes it. Who would have known? No, I'm happy right now. I'm vibing. Trap card. Continuous trap card. Once per turn, you can target 3 quick play spells in your grave, including a Magnificestorm card. Apply these effects in sequence. Shuffle them into the deck, then draw 1 card. Okay, that's just budget Royal Fountain. Wind monsters you control gain 300 attack and defense for the rest of this turn. Once per chain, when Mystical Space Typhoon is activated, you can target a face-up card your opponent controls, negate its effects. Okay, but that's a quick effect, right? It doesn't say quick effect, but it says when instead of if. Or no, it's not. It's a trigger, but it just misses timing. Once per chain, when Mystical Space Typhoon is activated, you can target a face-up card your opponent controls, negate its effects. It has to be in chain, otherwise it makes no sense. It has to be a quick effect. Do traps just not specify quick effect because it's implied that it's a quick effect because it's a trap? Is that how it works? I've never paid attention to that wording quirk on trap cards. I'm just so used to it always specifying quick effect. Yes, okay. If this card is destroyed by the effect of Mystical Space Typhoon, you can set this card. I mean, this feels like if you're playing a dedicated Magnificestorming deck, you would want to play one copy of this, because it is a pretty neat... It's a pretty neat resource loop. It puts all your quick play spells back into the deck so you don't run out. You draw a card. When you activate your Space Typhoon, you get multi... Like, I mean, this is really good because you can negate any card with it. You can negate spells. You can negate monsters. You can chain to negate anything, even normal spell cards. This is the one that truly makes MST a negate, which is funny. Like you can like negate Heavy Storm with Mystical Space Typhoon now, finally, like 22 years after. Yeah, okay. This is the one that makes the mirror a little bit annoying. This playing around this card, I feel like would be very important in the mirror match, because the thing is, this being a quick effect that chains to Mystical Space Typhoon means that it can be chain blocked. Like let's say your opponent activates Lightning Storm to destroy all your spell traps, and you chain Mystical Space Typhoon because your plan is to chain this to then negate your opponent's Lightning Storm. If your opponent chains to the Mystical Space Typhoon, you cannot use this. You've been chain blocked. This does not work when you have this and your opponent Mystical Space Typhoons, because then you can always just chain this. And because you're the first one to respond to your opponent's MST. But yeah. Dude, if anything, this is just a fun concept in my head. I don't know. Nothing here is toxic or anything like that. You know, like this is all just fun stuff, I think. I just like this. There's no like everything is unaffected or negate everything. I mean, yeah, they have a monster effect negation on a 0 attack body. It does have 3000 defense, but like you're just gonna like end on a 3000 defender thingy. You know, this is fine, man. Yeah, they have a winged beast, which means Featherstorm could be a thing, which is cringe. Featherstorm needs to be banned, man. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and drop a very hot take that definitely not everyone has. Featherstorm, I mean, look, we're getting closer and closer to less floodgates, but Featherstorm needs to go. That's besides the point. I like these cards. I think they're fun. And that's not only because they appear to have some synergy with Runics. Of course, that is something that I enjoy, but in general, this just seems fine. I like this. This seems fun. It seems like it's like a grindy deck that has a lot of ways to resource loop out the graveyard. Doesn't strike me as the most combo heavy deck, because the thing is, like, in theory, these cards are very insane starters and extenders. Like, they can potentially special summon a lot, but the problem is you cannot rely on this. Like, you can't really build a deck around this because they only do this going first, right? If you go first and your opponent has no spell traps yet, naturally, you can just special summon them all. But that's not something you can completely build the deck around, because then what do you do going second when your opponent sets a couple of cards? Like, what are you gonna do? You're just gonna have to draw MST then, I guess, and then you can special all of it. But yeah, no, I like this. This seems fun. Okay. Duelist Advance, and also new world premiere theme that follows Mitsurugi's footsteps, which are big footsteps. I feel like the expectations in world premiere archetypes has, I mean, we'll see how good they are, I suppose. But first things first, this is not new cards, actually. I just wanted to bring it up because it's some pretty big news in terms of the potential future of the game, I suppose. Art Magia, which is the new lore archetype, has its rarities announced for Duelist Advance release. Now, of course, I want to preface this by saying, at the moment, this deck is not really doing much in the OCG. With the first wave, the Duelist Advance wave only, the Art Magia deck has not really done all that much in the OCG. Now, some of these cards, I remember correctly, just where they read solid, but it just wasn't enough on the first wave. However, it is a lore deck, so there is more to come, right? They're going to get more cards in the upcoming season, and so we will see exactly how strong these are going to be, because they have some secret rares. Because there's Art Mage Academic, or Art Mage is the name, not Art Magia. Okay, Art Mage Academic Arcane Arts Acropolis, that's a lot of A's, is a secret rare. Art Mage Diactorus is a secret rare, and Nerva, the Power Patron of Creation, which is also part of it, is also a secret rare. As well as... No, I think that's it. I saw an image of Medius the Pure being a secret rare, but that is the sneak promo. Oh, and Art Mage Finmel in the image up here is also a secret. So yeah, I think in the beginning, I suppose these cards are not going to be worth a ton because it's not going to be a super meta deck. It's the kind of angle where you kind of have to decide for yourself if you want to pick these up when they are maybe not that expensive because they're not good yet. Or if you wait and then potentially, if they actually turn out to be good, then, you know, I don't know. Who knows? I'm not the one to make that decision. I guess we'll find out soon enough. I have heard, though, this is me just repeating stuff that I have seen, that some of these cards are only one-ofs. I don't know which ones, but most, like, I'm sure the field spell is like a 3-of probably. But, like, I don't know, Finmel, Diactorus, and the other fusion, they might just be 1 or 2-ofs. Especially the extra deck stuff usually is 1 or 2-of. So, like, they probably, I mean, remember something like Rule Colossus or Kaleido Heart, even when the deck was tier 0, they were not that expensive because they're just 1-ofs. So, yeah. So don't go crazy on these, I don't think. Anyways. The bigger news, of course, is we have the new TCG exclusive archetype, and it is called Revel Bots, a series of machine monsters that appear to be all about building your own robot, which is a cool concept. From what I've seen, from what I've gathered, is that it's like you have like some link monsters and you're supposed to like equip certain pieces to it, which is a concept I can get behind. You know, that seems kind of interesting, seems kind of unique. We've got some images here, but we also got, I believe they announced the full wave yesterday because there was the announcement stream for it. Let me make this a little bigger for the image. So we start off with the link here, RB the Brute Blues, which is a link 3 wind machine, 1500 attack. Bottom left, bottom right, 2+ machine monsters, gains the following effects while it points to an RB monster. Gains attack equal to the total original attack of RB monsters it points to. So this seems like the one that you're supposed to equip your stuff to. Can make a second attack each battle phase, cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. During your main phase, you can add an RB card from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect once per turn. All right, so basically it points to the things, and the things that it points to are like equipped to it, right? And so you gain the bonus effects of it gains attack, so it can get big. You make another attack, and you can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. And then also it adds once per turn, which is honestly not bad. It is a link 3, so we'll see how easy you can summon it even. But it's kind of, it does remind me of Scareclaw now that you're saying it. It does remind me of the put a Scareclaw tryhard in the extra monster zone and then put some stuff under it, which gives it bonus effects. That is true. Now, I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Because Scareclaw, while it was never terrible, it also was never, like, very good. I don't know. But, all right. For a start, it could be worse. Then we have RB GA10 Driller, which is the first equip here. Level 3 Earth Machine, 500 attack, 500 defense. If you control no face-up monsters, or the only face-up monsters you control are RB monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can only special summon Driller once per turn this way. During the main phase, if this card is linked to an RB Link monster, quick effect, you can pay 500 life points, target a monster your opponent controls, destroy both that monster and this card. Ah, okay. So the equipments not only boost up your your link monsters, they also gain bonus effects based on it. So this one basically says while it is, I want to call it equipped because that's so much what it feels like. Let's just call it equipped, even though it's not the same thing as an equipped spell. But like while it is linked to an RB monster, you can unequip it. You can like pop itself to pop the opponent's monster, which is okay, I suppose. RB got 10 Cutter. Level 4 Earth Machine. If you control no face-ups or the only face-ups are RBs, you can press... Okay, so they all have like very generic extenders, basically. They can all summon each other out, so you can get into your link monsters relatively fast. You can only special summon once per turn this way. When your opponent's spell, trap card, or effect is activated and this card is linked, you can pay 700, destroy this card. If you do negate that effect, destroy that card. Okay, so this one pops monsters. This one negates spell traps. Not the worst. I will say... This is nothing crazy so far, because I don't know how sustainable a strategy really is where your plan is to like summon this big dude and then just summon a couple of, you know, equipments to it. And then you're like, okay, I have a monster pop now. I have a spell trap pop now. But if you can somehow deal with the link monster, then it's all gone. They all do nothing. I don't know how sustainable that strategy is, but I think for a TCG exclusive archetype, we've definitely seen worse first waves so far. I mean, we're not even halfway through. I shouldn't talk too soon. Level 5 Fire Machine, Valken Rocket. If you control no face-ups or the only face-up monsters you control are RBs, special summon this card from your hand. If this card is linked to an RB link monster, you can pay 1,000, then target up to 2 cards your opponent controls, destroy them, also this card, and if you do, inflict 500 damage to your opponent for each card destroyed. Okay, so this pops 2. So this pops a monster, this negates spell traps, this pops 2 cards. All right. This is not a quick effect, though, is what I just noticed. It is not a quick effect. That makes it a lot worse. But, okay. That's the worst one we've read so far, because it's not a quick effect. RB Valken Booster. Materials to machine monsters. If this card is link summoned, you can add an RB spell from your deck to your hand. If this card is in the extra monster zone, you can special summon an RB monster from your hand or graveyard in defense position. Then you can move this card you control to another one of your main monster zones. Also, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn, except machine monsters with 1500 or less attack. You can only use each effect of Valken Booster once per turn. You know what? That's a very, very powerful restriction. Because machines with 1500 or less from the extra deck basically means you cannot do anything super crazy anymore. But I want to say I'm saying this, and I mean it in a very positive way. I think, because what I'm gathering from these first couple of cards here is that this Revelbot archetype is facing a very specific, let's call it a problem. Which is the fact that, like, you're trying to summon a lot of machine monsters, right? You're trying to summon a lot of stuff because you're trying to get all the way up into your big link monsters, and you're still trying to summon a bunch of equipments to it. Which means that if you want to make this deck any form of viable, you have to give it a lot of extension, right? Like, everything here summons itself. And that would potentially maybe open the deck up to, like, link spamming a lot or whatever you can do. Like, you can just, like, spam a lot of stuff, right? Which makes it so that you need some restrictions here. Otherwise, people are just going to make they're not going to... Look, if you give away a deck to, like, spam 6 machine monsters, I can tell you one thing they're not going to do. And the thing they're not going to do is end on Brute Blues and equip a Driller and a Cutter to it. That's not what people are doing if you don't put locks on these cards. So I'm a fan of this lock. Valken Booster is a good card. On summon, add an RB spell. We're going to see those in a second. And then it link climbs into the link 3. All right, RB Funk Dock, which is the field spell. When this card is activated, add an RB card from your deck to your hand except Funk Dock. Let's go! Field spell that adds cards on activation. Each time a monster your opponent controls is destroyed by battle or card effect, gain 500 life points. If a face-up RB monster you control leaves the field by card effect, you can special an RB monster from your deck. You can only use this effect once per turn. Ooh, okay, this is interesting. I mean, obviously, let's get the obvious thing out of the way. This is a good card because it's a field spell that adds on activation. All of these are good cards. It's always just this plus a bonus effect, always good. The question is how good exactly. I can see what they're trying to do with this. Like, let's say you have the driller equipped. You pop the driller to use an opponent's monster, to destroy an opponent's monster. And then you can just change equipments to a different one, basically. That seems neat. Okay. RB Stage Landing. Normal spell card. Special summon an RB monster from your deck or extra deck with a different name than the cards you control. Wait, hold up. Oh. So, okay. So we are not link summoning the Link 3 ever. We're just getting it for free. We're just summoning the Link 3 from the extra deck. And then, yeah, no, look, it's good that this has to have these locks. Because this also has the lock. This also has this lock. And I think this is fine. I mean, let me read the rest of this. Hold up. If an RB monster you control would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can banish this card from the graveyard instead. Okay. I'll tell you, the spell has a different lock. You cannot special from the extra deck. From the extra deck, except machine monsters. Okay, this one says original attack. What's the... Okay. How does that... What's a card where that makes a difference? Oh, this is the turn. This is... The other one is the rest of the turn. Yeah. Okay. No, I think this is good because this... I'm just now noticing. Is this all 7? So, okay. I will say the first wave here will not be playable on its own because it's just 7 cards. And this feels like an archetype that needs more than 7 cards to work around. Like, I feel like we need better main deck monsters because so far we only have the equipments, and the equipments on their own, they don't do anything, right? It's just like all of them just summon one body, and you definitely need more. Now, I will say, this is like, you can pair this with other strong machine engines just to get you into the Valken rocket, the Valken booster, right? Because it just needs 2 machine monsters. So any engine that produces 2 machine monsters can make this, which is pretty neat. The RB Stage Landing is a pretty good card. It's very custom, because think about this. You have Stage Landing, you summon the Brute Blues from the extra deck into the extra monster zone, which is where you want it to be, because it points downwards 3 times. And then it adds an RB card from your deck to your hand. So basically you continue, right? So what I want to point out here, though, is that even though it's not a working concept with the first 7 cards, the density of solid cards here, I think, is pretty high. There's no like randomly bad trap card, which feels like I'm in a fever dream right now. It feels like I'm being presented with 7 cards here, and I'm trying to spot like the absolute stinker. And I don't think there is one. I think the worst one is Valken Rocket, because it's like a slow effect to pop 2. But even then, how bad is this card really? Because it's still a free special summon of a machine monster, and it can be removal going second, and if you do that, it replaces itself with the Funk Dock anyways. So like how, like it's still not like a terrible card. So even though the concept is not complete, these are not bad cards, I think. And I kind of like, I guess this is a personal kind of thing. I guess it depends on, you know, who you ask. But the idea of this concept seems kind of fun to me. The idea of like summoning a big robot in your extra monster zone and then like having different equipments to it that you can like change around and get different bonus effects and whatnot. I kind of like that. I think that seems fun. And I also like the fact that the lock is very restrictive, because the worst thing that can happen with an archetype that you think is very fun is that people just use it, but they use it in a completely different way, because there's just more broken ways to use it because it's not restricted well enough. Like there's so many examples of this where there's certain archetypes or certain engines or whatever that are like, okay, they have like their own gimmick and you kind of like that gimmick, but they play them with like all other stuff, you know, like, I don't know, Millennium is an example, even though I'm not like super fond of the pure Millennium deck. Like what people are doing with Millennium right now in Master Duel, in no way, shape, or form can this ever have been intended with the design of the Millennium cards. Like, imagine you're the biggest fan of like the Millennium cards, and like everyone is playing the Millennium cards, but no one is doing the Millennium Ankh stuff with it, except for some Floodgate Andes, which that's a different topic. But I like that these locks basically tell you, if you want to play this deck, play this deck. Like, play RBs the way we intended them to be played, and not like use them as like a link fodder machine into any other machine archetype or whatever, right? So look, on the one hand, we have been disappointed by second waves so often in the past. You know, I remember Libromancer. I have not forgotten. The first wave is not bad. It's not enough yet. The second wave still needs to be good. The second wave is either going to be pretty solid, and then it might be a playable deck, or the second wave is going to be nothing, and then, you know, because we need more equipments. We need more starters that are not just, because right now only the field spell and the stage landing are actually starters in this deck. Everything else you have to play like other engines, other generic machine stuff to go into your Link 2. And then the Link 2 is also a huge choke point if you don't draw any of your spells. So we need more, we need consistency, we need more equipments to make it worthwhile, even to, because right now you're not stopping a deck with one spell trap negate and one monster pop. That's not happening. But that's all they have for now. Right? So, yeah. Recursion is needed too. Potentially, yeah, because like I think in an ideal world you wouldn't want to play like 3 of each of these. It would be like, in an ideal world, there's a lot of different equipments and you play like 1 of each, so you never draw multiples, and you can just summon them all to extend, and then you have a way to get them back from the graveyard, right? Okay. Yeah, that's RBs, I guess. It's a decent wave. There's 1 secret rare here as well. A secret rare and 2 ultras. Okay. Not disappointed, which I guess is pretty good for a TCG exclusive archetype. They can't all be Mitsurugis, I guess. And I like the concept. Yeah, I do like the concept. Okay. What else do we have? What was this? Oh yeah, that was that. Okay. Now we're checking in a little bit with the OCG. This is going to be a relatively quick one, but we have 2 new announcements, including when they get their next ban list, as well as the new themes for the next deck build pack, which I think is interesting as well, because the deck build packs obviously tend to be pretty relevant these days. First things first, Konami has announced that on the site formerly known as Twitter, that July 1st limit regulations for the OCG will be announced 9 p.m., I think Japan Standard Time, on June 22nd, which is in 5 days, when we're going to see the new OCG ban list. So interesting. We're going to follow that. We're gonna see it in 5 days. Okay. The bigger news, though, themes for Phantom Revengers have been revealed. That is the 3 archetypes that are in the next deck build pack. And we have theme number 1 over here, Hecaton Share. I'm not sure if I'm saying this correctly. Which is, we don't have the effects yet, but we have like a description. We have a description of what this deck is supposed to resemble, which is, I mean, the artwork's pretty cool here. I'm going to say that. A faceless fusion monster whose invisible hands promise your opponent salvation. Okay, so we have a fusion archetype. I don't know if it's entirely based around fusion summoning or if it's just like part of it and like one of them is a fusion monster, but that is what we have. And we have some context here, I suppose. Hecaton Shear is the name for the many-armed giant sons of Gaia who were siblings to the Cyclops and the Titans in Greek mythology. Okay. And this image is Hecaton Shear Jawza. Okay. And then we have Enya Craft. Seems like some battleship, but also a whale type thingy. Okay. A flip monster theme deployed to ascertain the sins of man. Okay. Now, I will say, I like this artwork. It looks kind of cool. I have my guess as to which of the three archetypes is going to be the bad one. Now, I will happily be proven wrong here. If they manage to make a flip archetype work, I'll be impressed. But until I see it, I'm a flip doubter. I mean, honestly, you know what? Mimighoul was actually kind of close. Of course, Mimighoul was not like tier 1 or anything, but Mimighoul is a playable deck. But it's also like very different from what flips used to be, but yeah. Also, to whoever just said Shaddoll was 11 years ago. I hate to break it to you. I also hate to break it to myself, but yeah. But yeah, okay. Enya Craft. And then we have Killer Tune, a synchro tuner to make some killer noise on the floor with its wild scratches. Okay. That is definitely a different that is a different vibe from these first two. They both seem more like majestic and based on Greek mythology or something, and then it's just like, yeah, dude, this one's got sick tunes. Okay, we don't have more. This one seems to be synchro focused. This one fusion. This one flip. I'm just going off of vibes here. I'm making a prediction. To me, Killer Tune looks like the most meta. This seems like a meta. This feels like a meta card to me. This one also could be though, but this one very much reminds me of like Dogmatica branded type stuff. This one kind of reminds me of a mix between Punk and Vanquish Soul a little bit. Does that make sense? Anyone with me here? Kind of reminds me. Like if they announced this tomorrow and it was a Vanquish Soul card, I wouldn't be super shocked if this was the artwork on a Vanquish Soul card. Well, yeah. Anyways, we're gonna wait and see when we're gonna get these effects, but deck build packs usually pretty exciting these days. And that is all the news, all the new cards we've had from the last couple of days that I have missed. All the stuff that I have missed from the last couple of days. Before we talk about the Duelist Cup, I want to do one thing, is I want to catch up with German nationals as well as UK nationals. That's a long recap. I mean, yeah, I haven't looked at stuff in a long time, and I feel like there was a lot of stuff happening over the course of the weekend. But yeah, before we hop into the Duelist Cup recap and all that stuff, and then we also play some Master Duel, I want to take a look at what's been going on in the TCG. I tried to follow German nationals and UK nationals a little bit on the side while I was playing the Duelist Cup, but I wasn't able to because it's just like sometimes I had it running, but I just didn't pay attention because I was focused on my games. and every once in a while I would like look over and see who was playing the feature match, but I didn't really get to see much of it. So I want to check in with the TCG format at the moment. You know, did Mitsurugi perform? Did Malice perform? Any other stuff that happened? So we're gonna hop right in. There was multiple big nationals over the course of the last weekend, of course, but the biggest two were by far German nationals with 2,250 duelists, which is pretty big, and UK nationals with 1,100 duelists. And as far as the results go here, I know what the decks that won, but basically I want to look into the other statistics and stuff like that. I don't want to go into too much detail with like watching deck profiles and everything, but just like a little bit of a look what was going on here. So German Nationals was won by Blue Eyes out of all things, which is very interesting because Blue Eyes has not really been well represented, as the info on German Nationals is not complete on this site as of now. There's some decks missing for top 64, but it looks like it was the only Blue Eyes in top 64 that went all the way until and won the entire thing, which is crazy. Congratulations. That's a definitely not something that I expected. I mean, I saw Emre doing well with Blue Eyes at French Nationals, but like I didn't expect it to win German Nationals. And this is the list that they used. I believe for the most part, it's relatively standard. You got like the 40 cards, you got the Drolls, the Charmies, no Perulia in the main deck. No Perulia at all, actually. We got some Veilers, of course. We got some Bells. Yeah, it seems pretty accurate for a current Blue Eyes list in the TCG. And then we have second place Ryziel Heraldic Beast, which seems to be a deck that's like kind of up and coming in the TCG at the moment. It's been doing really well at a lot of nationals, I feel like. I remember it doing pretty well at Italian nationals as well. I think it got second place at Italian nationals as well. It's a scary deck, man. Ryziel Heraldic Beast is probably the deck with the strongest turn one in the current game. Because the Heraldic Beast combos are very crazy. Like it can do basically as many rank 4s in a turn as you want if you don't get Droll and Lockbirded. As well as being able to spam rank 4s means you can also make Banshee, and it can play Protoss and Eschatos. Which in general is one of the problems I have with the TCG at the moment, even though I do still think TCG is in a much healthier spot than Master Duel. Still, there's a couple of cards I feel like the current TCG format is just like, I don't want to say ruined because I don't think it's a bad format, but like there's a couple of cards that heavily impact my enjoyment of the format. And like basically what Master Duel has in the form of like Maxi and Snake Eyes and Tenpai still being legal, in TCG that's like Protoss, Featherstorm, and like Droll and Lockbird and Lancia are like honorable mentions. Droll and Lockbird is an honorable mention because it's like kind of necessary with how much these decks are doing right now. So I don't enjoy Droll and Lockbird, but I think they need to do something about like the power level of some of these decks before they can handle Droll and Lockbird. But it's mainly like, you know, like there's still a good amount of floodgates, and like that's kind of annoying. But yeah. Other than that, bro, Mitsurugi, German Nationals was, it feels like, pretty dominated by Mitsurugi. No Malice in top 4, no Malice in top 8. 2 Malice in top 16. Yeah. I mean, there was Malice in top 64, but like it was significantly less than Mitsurugi, and they kind of fell off after top 32. I guess they got Lancet in top 32 or something. But yeah, is there any other crazy stuff here that we can talk about? Okay, so why is this one a Mitsurugi Ryziel deck and this one is a Ryziel Mitsurugi deck? Bro, they're like almost the same. Wow, okay. Mermail Odeon went top 16. That's cool. Got some Memento here. Multiple Mementos in top 32. Mitsurugi. What Mitsurugi. Why is there a Millennium Ankh? Oh, it's just Millennium cards, but not actually Millennium. Okay. Hey, they're doing the Master Duel thing. Sengenjin into... Ah, but they're not making Zombie Vampire. Okay. Master Duel Andy, dude. Yeah, more Mitsu. Some Memento. A Crystron Soldier. I respect it. Yeah, okay. That's German Nationals. UK Nationals. Won by Cormac Adams with Mitsurugi Raziel. Congratulations. Was a different structure of a tournament because they had 1,100 duelists, which means 11 rounds top 32, whereas German Nationals was 12 rounds top 64. So in general, lower numbers are to be expected when it's half the top cut. Here, Malice had the upper hand a little bit in top 32. There was 7 Malice and 6 Mitsurugi. Some unknown factors, of course. Yeah, won by Mitsurugi Raziel, which is probably the deck you expect to win a tournament at the moment. It is more like it's more Mitsurugi heavy than Raziel heavy here. Of course, we're playing some Raziels as starters, but there's no Raziel cross. And it does play the mirror with pre-prep and the Futsu package, which is cool. I like that version a lot more. It's more pleasant to play against as well. Yeah, Bell in top 16. That's interesting. Other than that, Tearlaments. What are you doing? 41 cards with the little power tool guy, Revolution Synchron, to make Ancient Fairy or Black Rose. Okay. Beansmith cards. That seems fun. Pilgrim Reaper, 5 Beatrice. That's crazy. Memento. Regenesis Bestial. That's based. Tenpai. Okay. I mean, yeah. There is, quite frankly, not that much to talk about here, because for the most part, it is interesting to see some of the individual decks that were doing well. And of course, it's interesting to see which deck was able to take it all the way. We are basically now nearing the end of the format, right? Like, we are basically like Alliance Inside format, at least from my perspective. I mean, there's still some locals to be played and so on and so forth. But yeah, so close, Sag. Oh, you made top 4. That's still good, but yeah, it's so close. Yeah, Sag. Who did you lose to? Did you lose to Cormac or did you get Maliced? Please tell me you at least lost to Cormac, Jordan. Don't tell me you got Malice. Say it ain't so. Malice? Oh, God damn it. Some part of me knew that you were going to say Malice. Okay, well, yeah, I feel for you. Crystron top 4, though. That's based. Mistaken Arrest OP. Yeah, I mean, Mistaken Arrest is just another one of those cards, man. Yeah. Yeah. Look, man, Yu-Gi-Oh! Players are just very good at finding the best floodgates in a format. That is just kind of what it is. I feel like as much as I dislike Best of One, I genuinely feel like the side deck is maybe a concept that needs to be reworked. I'm gonna say it carefully. Because I like Best of 3, but like the way that like the side deck is used, sometimes it's based because people just take out some cards that are unusable in a matchup and they take like put some better cards in, like when people side deck Bestials or Ashes or Nibiru's or whatever, right? That's completely fine. But like the amount of floodgates that people side sometimes is kind of disgusting. How would you fix it? I don't know, man. Maybe, hear me out. I feel like someone has made this suggestion before, but maybe we need a ban list for the side deck. And that's where all some of the floodgates go. That are like not popular enough to justify just banning them on the real ban list, but like you put like you put Mistaken Arrest and D-Barrier and so on and so forth on the side deck ban list. I don't know, man. The more I think about it, though, I think it wouldn't be that hard to just ban those cards as well. Like it's not that difficult. We don't need a crazy workaround. To be fair, we could just ban those cards and be normal about it. But yeah, yeah. Actually, no, I take it back. Those cards, all the cards I just listed, they should probably just be banned, and we would not be talking about this. Yeah. Well, yeah, that is the state of TCG at the moment. I think for the most part, these engines, these decks are fine. I think some of them in combination are a little bit too strong. Specifically, Ryziel is a deck that I always thought as the pure form was fine. The way it's being splashed right now makes decks a little bit too powerful. I think they should handle that. But for the most part, I think the engines in TCG I'm pretty fine with. And that includes Malice. Even though I don't enjoy the play pattern of Malice, I will say I think the power level of the deck is probably overall okay. Maybe like a slight hit to it, but for the most part, I don't actually think Malice is like... I don't think it's too powerful. That was never my argument. Especially at the moment, I don't think Malice is too powerful. I think if you look at these upcut spreads, I think it is pretty obvious that there's no deck that is dominating everything right now. You know, of course, Mitsurugi and Malice are the most popular ones, but even between the two, sometimes that deck is more popular, then that deck is more successful, and there's a lot of other stuff that is still doing well. Like, the diversity-wise, I think the current format is fine, and most of the engines are at a fine power level. I think there's more like individual cards that need to be looked at. Like, I'm talking Protoss, I'm talking maybe hand looping in general, I'm talking floodgates in general. That's just something that needs to be handled, I think. But yeah, other than that, the TCG is pretty fun right now. I mean, I had a good time at French Nationals as well, playing the format. But next up, we're gonna have to see Duelist Advance release date. When is it changing? July 4th. So before any WCQ. Yeah, so we're 2 weeks away from Duelist Advance. So Duelist Advance is going to be legal for the NAWCQ, and it's going to be legal for Euros. And that's basically the end of national season is also going to mark the end of Alliance Insight format. So next up on the horizon is we're going to then soon take a look at Duelist Advance in anticipation of NAWCQ and Euros, of course. And we're going to see how this format is going to develop with the new cards. Yeah. You better play Striker at Euros. Dude, there's like... We don't know yet. We're going to talk about that next, of course, the Master Duel Worlds qualifier situation. But in case it was enough and Quantal qualified us for Worlds, there was like some percentage of me that wanted to play Necros at Euros, but now I can't because the set has been delayed to August. But yeah. Okay. That was our little TCG check-in. Of course, we're going to do more TCG the closer we get to the European Championship. And also the NAWCQ. For now, I want to talk about Master Duel. I want to talk about the weekend. I want to talk about all the things that have happened because, of course, it was Duelist Cup weekend. Why is Master Duel not loading? Hello. There it is. Okay. Yeah. How did the Duelist Cup go? How was my experience over the course of the weekend? How did streaming turn out? Because, of course, I said in the beginning, I said I might not stream it so I can focus the best that I can. Then I changed my mind and I streamed it with no commentary at all, no mic, no face cam, so I just don't have to worry about anything. I don't have to worry about entertaining people. I don't have to worry about talking to people. I don't have to worry about how I look and so on and so forth. I didn't even have chat open for the most part of it. And I will say that was quite pleasant for me. I'm quite happy I did it because I looked at the numbers sometimes when I was taking breaks, and it seemed like people were still watching, people were enjoying it, people were just enjoying being able to watch along and being able to follow the process and watch some hopefully high-level Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, we'll talk about that. And yeah, you can see my final score here on the screen, 47-9, which was definitely not enough to qualify. I peaked at 53 or something. In regards to how the tournament felt for me mentally and in terms of how I enjoyed playing it, I am happy to report that I was doing pretty well this time around mentally. I was doing well. I took reasonable breaks. I slept 8 hours the night from Friday to Saturday and the night from Saturday to Sunday as well. The only night I didn't sleep was the last one because I stayed up with Quantal until 6 a.m. to see how it was looking. Like I would not have been able to sleep anyways. In the last night, I wasn't playing super well in the last night, but that was also basically because I was mostly focused on seeing if Quantal was going to make it, and I was just playing to bridge the time and see if I could get a lucky win streak going. But for the most part, I have in the first 2 days I played pretty disciplined, I would say. I feel like overall I played well. I didn't make no mistakes, but like I played the decks that I prepped, and I played those decks well, I think. And I lost some games here and there, but I feel like I should have won if I played better. But for the most part, I think it was good. And I will say I enjoyed the process of this tournament. I will say I don't want to. I think the current format in Master Duel is a different story. I'm not super fond of it, and we'll talk about that in a second. But like the Duelist Cup itself this time around, like this weekend, I kind of enjoyed it. I enjoyed it, and I feel like I put up a good fight. I think if I played a little bit better here and there, I probably could have made it, and that's a good feeling. It's a good feeling to be like, the system is rough and it's hard to qualify, but if I had played a little bit better, I could have done it, and that's a good thing to know. And I also maybe it was easier for me to stay focused and to stay mentally strong because I wasn't on camera and I wasn't interacting with chat, because I didn't really tilt. I didn't crash out or anything. Like, it just didn't really happen. I just played Yu-Gi-Oh, and that's all that mattered. But yeah, before we hop into the individual decks that I played and how they performed, because I want to talk about the actual format a little bit. Because people are asking right now all the time. This was the situation, and I'll explain to you what this means. The way the Duelist Cup works is that they update the ranking every hour. They update the ranking every hour until 1 hour before it ends. So this is the ranking from Monday morning, 5 a.m. It says 4 a.m. up here in the right corner. I don't know why. I think it's the wrong time zone, but this is the ranking from 5 a.m. The tournament ended at 6 a.m. though, so there was still 1 hour left to be played after this ranking dropped. Quantal has not played in the last hour. Quantal just stayed at 61,420. I argued you should have just won 8 in a row, so you had 69,420 for the most insane Duelist Cup score you can possibly achieve. But anyways, that's besides the point. We did not. We decided together that it was better not to play in the last hour, because making up the distance here is fairly difficult in 1 hour. Basically, Abu Hamud, the way it would have worked is they had to win 5 games in a row, because they were on... The way it works, if you're this high in points, you basically get 1,000 points every win, right? You win 1,000 points every win, and because because Quantal had better points in the hundreds than Abo, it basically would mean even if Abo wins 4 games, he would be on 61,309, which is less than Quantal. So he cannot win 4 games. He has to win 5 in 1 hour without losing at all. Which sometimes, if 1 or 2 games take a little bit longer, then even 5 wins in a row isn't possible in 1 hour. But if you lose 1 game, you basically have to win instead of winning 5, you have to win 7. And it's like, yeah. And so ultimately, we have confirmation. We have confirmation that Abu Hamud was not able to hit higher than Quantle in the last hour because we've talked to him. And I believe he ended on 60,000. So Abo did not overtake us. The reason why we're not celebrating yet is because the final rankings have not been confirmed, have not been posted. And in theory, if someone here, 4th, 5th, or 6th, just went on a crazy run in the last hour, it would hypothetically be possible, right? It's like, it's not impossible for the player in 4th place because they had to win 7 games. If they win 7 games in a row, they are 2nd place, right? So that's theoretically possible in an hour if you just play a deck. Like, let's say you play Mermail, and because it's the last hour and people want to move quick, they sometimes they just scoop. If you summon Neptibus, that happened a lot during the Duelist Cup. Like, sometimes you start doing a Snake Eye combo, you summon Neptibus, you start doing a Memento combo, all those kind of things. Your opponent doesn't have a hand trap or doesn't have a great hand, and they just leave. That happens. So some games take 20 minutes, some games take 30 seconds. So it's theoretically, hypothetically possible for 4th, 5th, or 6th, or 7th to potentially have overtaken Quantle. Now, the reason why I don't think that's likely is that if they did, we probably would have heard of it by now, right? Someone here would have probably, I mean, most people tend to post their Duelist Cup results like on Twitter, or they're shared with their friends or whatever. They inform people that they have made it. No one has done that. So I assume no one has hit 61,420. So there is like a decent chance that we will requalify, but we're gonna wait. We should have official confirmation in 1 or 2 days. So yeah, we'll just wait for that. But to be honest with you, for the recap that we're doing today, this also doesn't matter. I think personally, if you ask me, I think we qualified, or I think Quantle qualified us, is what I should say. But it's not confirmed. But I also think it doesn't matter, because no matter what, we can talk about the format, and also no matter what happened in the last hour, Quantle's run was still insane, and I'm still proud of Quantle no matter what happens. Even if someone has, if the person in 4th place went on a 7-game win streak in the last hour, so be it. Doesn't make Quantle's achievement less good. You know, it's still crazy. Also, Bronas, maniac, dude, maniac. Bronas, we were following Bronas's process, of course, and for like the last 10 hours or something, Quantle didn't play much because we were so nervous that he might drop points and might fall. Like, we went from, in the last 10 or 8 hours or so, Quantle went from like 58 to 6140. 61, like to this points, because we only basically played a couple of times when people were getting too close, because we didn't want to risk falling. Bronas just played basically until like 2 or 3 a.m. Like, he played when he was at 62, because being at 64,775 means Bronas at some point was at 63,775, which was over 2,000 points ahead of Quantle, and just decided to queue again. Which is madness, I think. I think it's madness to queue at 63,775 when this is the leaderboard. But hey, the man's done it. First place deserved, of course. Yeah. Anyways, let's talk about the format. Let's talk about the decks that I played. Let's talk about how I experienced it. So, going into this, you guys were following, some of you were probably following my process. For the most part, I was planning to play Memento in this Duelist Cup, and I believe this is one of the lists, or the list that I started playing with on the Friday morning. My reasoning to play Memento was the following. So basically, the way I interpreted this Duelist Cup format was that it was relatively combo heavy. in terms of the best decks in the format. I was expecting the best decks in the format to be Snake Eyes, some Mermail, some other Memento players, some Blue Eyes, and also maybe some Crystron. I didn't really. We're going to talk about Crystron in a second. I knew Crystron was a fine deck. I didn't expect it to be this good. As well as like a little bit of Tenpai. And so in general, I felt like when a format is this combo heavy relatively, I felt like Fuvalos was a pretty good card, not just for myself, but also for other players. And so I expected a decent amount of players to play Molcharmies to counter Snake Eyes. And the reason why I liked Memento is that if you're familiar with Memento, you'll know that Molcharmy Fuvalos actually doesn't really matter for this deck. Because this deck is not really focused on summoning from the extra deck a lot. Like if you don't get Charmied or Maxied, you can summon from the extra deck quite a bit if you want to, but you don't really need to do that in most cases. So it is possible to basically put up the full Memento board, quote unquote full. You can leave out the SP Little Knight if you want to, in like 1 or 2 extra deck summons depending on how you draw. Like in some hands, you can just make the full full board in 2 extra deck summons, slash deck summons, right? And so that's why I thought the deck was a good combo deck, because it just has a better matchup into Fuva. It also has a lot better matchup into Droll Lockbird than, for example, Mermail. That was one of my issues with Mermail in theory, was that I think Droll Lockbird is the huge problem for the deck, and I experienced Droll Lockbird to be relatively popular. So this was the list I started with. I will say, even though I practiced this deck on stream, I definitely noticed that I still had a lot to improve with this deck. Like, I would say the lines that I played when I was awake on day 3 was like a lot. I played it a lot better on day 3 than I played it on day 1. So I still had a lot to learn. Why not play Rex as a super poly target? Is right there. Rex is right there as a super poly target. Yeah. So the idea is basically you either when you go second with this deck, you either Charmy or Maxi your opponent to win the game, or you super poly away their Appaloosa plus their Desiree into this. So you have realistic win cons going second. So I was playing this deck and I was doing fine with it. I believe I climbed on the first day. I ended 30,000, which is pretty solid work for the first day. I think that's all right. I feel like my day 1 went well. I was happy with it. I went to bed on day 1 thinking like, yeah, that was decent. I did okay with it. And then I still played some Snake Eyes just because I thought it was like more relaxing to play, because I just think Snake Eye lines at this point, even though they're not easy, it's more natural to me because I've been playing with this a lot more. And against it a lot more. So like I understand Snake Eye lines more than I understand Memento lines, because I've just played more with and against it. So this deck was doing okay with me also during day 1. And then day 2, I started at 30,000, and I woke up after a good night of sleep. I sat down and I won 10 games straight with Snake Eyes. So I went up to 40,000, which catapulted me to like 3rd EU or 2nd or 3rd EU, I believe, on the start of day 2 with Snake Eyes. But I want to say something real quick, because there was like, I tried to not look at chat for the most part of the weekend, but there was always like, when I was having a bad streak with a certain deck, people were like, man, Memento just isn't it. Or, dude, I knew Snake Eyes was the one. Like, you just won 5 games in a row with Snake Eyes. I knew Snake Eyes was the deck. The thing that I realized, and the reason why I was able to not tilt on these bad streaks or whatever, is because I genuinely felt like this had nothing to do with the deck that I was playing. Because let me tell you, if you go back and rewatch the 10 games I won in a row with Snake Eyes, you will find that the things that happened in those 10 games were quite simple. I just didn't get max seed. I didn't get charmied. Or when I did, I had the out. Or when I drew hands with double Fuva, I was going second. Whereas like sometimes I've drawn triple Fuva going first twice this weekend. There is just a lot of variance in current Master Duel format, and sometimes you have a streak with 10 wins in a row because you just win the mini games. That's real in Master Duel. And the important, I'm not saying the Duelist Cup is all luck. I genuinely am not saying that. But like in the short term, like over the course of like 5 or 10 games, that definitely happens. Sometimes you just run hot, and sometimes you just don't run hot at all. And I think it's important, and that's one of the main things I take away from this weekend, is that you don't tilt away at those moments, because it is natural that you have good streaks and that you have bad streaks. It's important to capture the good ones to make sure you play well. And then it's also most important is that when there's a lot of games where, yeah, you just win that. You're not meant to lose it. Sometimes there's games where you just lose it because you're not meant to win it. And then there's a lot of games that are in the middle, where it's like up in the air whether you're going to win it, where you actually have to play it well to win it. And those are the ones where you need to be in your best mental state to perform, right? And if you tilt during a bad streak, or if you become careless during a good streak, then eventually there's going to be the first game that's not an auto win or auto loss, and then you might throw it. Another great example of this is this deck over the course of the weekend, because after I went to 40,000 points with Snake Eyes in the morning of day 2, I just couldn't move because the Snake Eye deck just started performing normally after that. Like I wasn't playing badly, I think. But I just couldn't get out of the 40,000. Like I went on a 10 win streak in the morning. I kept playing Snake Eye because of course it was going well. And then I was just stuck at 40. You know, I was going up 1, down 2, up 1, whatever, up and down, up and down, up and down. And I just couldn't really move. I played Snake Eyes, I played Memento, and I just couldn't really go. I couldn't break past 40. On day 2, it was kind of cursed. I hit 40 so quickly in the morning. I felt so hyped about it, and then I just couldn't move. And that was also at some point I played some Mermail, because I had Quantal's list. He sent it to me, and I was like, let me just see if maybe Mermail can break me out of this situation. And I was doing okay with Mermail, but Mermail, that was the moment where I realized I cannot play Mermail because I just can't. I don't play it well enough. You know, I have those games where I auto win. I have games where I auto lose, but every single game in the middle, especially when my opponents let me perform the entire combo because their hand is kind of good, I'm just like throwing at some point because I don't have the exact intricacies of the deck. And so eventually I switched off of Mermail even after a win. I think I won a game with Mermail, but I realized like, no, I'm not playing it well enough. And then I eventually, after I was at 40k in the morning of day 2, like at 9 a.m., I was at 40k. And at like 10 hours later, I was still around, like I had fallen to like 31. And I was just like, I don't know. None of these decks, I wasn't tilted, but I was just like wondering if maybe it was the deck's fault, because I feel like all the decks that I played on that second day were doing the exact same thing. I played Memento, I played Snake Eye, I played some Mermail, which I dropped because I wasn't playing it well enough, and I also played some Crystron Millennium, which was also a deck that performed really well in the Duelist Cup, and I also did okay with it. The problem with those 4 decks that I had in my mind was like, it didn't really make a difference, because what you can tell here is all of these decks have the same game plan, whether it's going first or second. Going first is don't get max seed or out there max C, and then just full combo as hard as possible so your opponent can't beat it, right? Crystron does this, Memento does this, Mermail does this, and Snake Eyes does this. And then when you go second, it was also the same thing for all these decks. It was like, okay, try to have a high impact hand trap in Maxi, Fuva, or Nib, sometimes Droll, and then try to win with your engine after you basically stop them from playing completely because you want a high impact, right? And so that was on the one side, it was good for my mental health to understand that like all of these decks kind of do the same thing, and like only because Memento isn't winning right now, switching to Snake Eye is not miraculously gonna fix that thing. At the same time, I was like, you know what? I have one deck that I'm very comfortable with that works differently. which in theory, I don't feel like it should have worked. That's why I didn't play it. But I was like, you know what? Maybe the solution is to play more low impact hand traps. Maybe the solution, maybe I can outplay people with Fiendsmith control. On I believe it was day 2, and I queued Fiendsmith control, I think at 31k, and I think I went something like 16 or 17-0. And once again, this might sound crazy. But even though I played well with I play this deck well, I know this. I know that this is probably the deck I play the best. 15-1. Okay, it was 15-0 and then 1 loss, I think. Yeah, I don't know. It was something crazy. I went from 31 to like 46 or 47 in the span of like 2 hours or something. But like the thing was, I was winning a lot of games that I shouldn't win, which was good because I outplayed some people. That was cool. That was very fun. That was very rewarding as well, because I feel like this is just something that I'm sometimes missing when I play combo decks. Like I just miss that outplay factor. It still happens. I just feel like it happens less often. But the other thing is that also, if you go back to this and watch my 15-game win streak with this deck, you will find that the same thing happened. I didn't play this exact list. I changed it. It just doesn't save more than one list in this thing. I played like Fuvas and stuff in it. It was just, I was just running hot. When I went first, I didn't get max seed on my Fiendsmith combos. I didn't get Fuvad a lot in that 15 games. When I went second, I just had custom, like, you know, I just had the right hand traps. I had the right matchups. I played against a ton of blue eyes. And so my Bestials were really good and so on and so forth. So it was just like, even when you play a deck that you really like and that you're very good with and so on and so forth, you still need to like, luck is always involved, right? Like, of course, the Duelist Cup is a lot about mental and a lot about like playing well over the span of a long time. But like, still at certain periods, like whether you're going to make it out of the 40s or into the 50s, and if you're playing at proper pace, in the short term, you know, there is luck involved sometimes. And of course, you're not always going to have 15 win streaks, even off of the back of luck. Like in those 15 games, there were some games that I played them very well, or my opponents made mistakes. And then there was other games where I just got luckier than them. You know, that both of those things are true. And I think that's the thing, right? You gotta do both if you try to win a Duelist Cup. You have to get lucky, but then when you get that luck, use it to your advantage and not to throw. That's the thing, right? And that's the thing with Yu-Gi-Oh in general. It's not just the Duelist Cup. It's also like winning YCSs and so on and so forth. Like, there is sometimes it's not your day, sometimes it is your day, but you have to make sure that when it is your day, you also have to play it properly. And that's the same thing with the Duelist Cup. Like, whether you're on a hot streak or a bad streak right now doesn't matter, but you can't win a Duelist Cup without playing well. Because then even if you get lucky, you're going to lose games. And I think that's what, for example, differentiates Task from other people, because he has the best practice probably at dealing with the mental part of it. So when everyone else is starting to struggle mentally, they start making some misplays or queue suboptimal decks, and Task is just out there playing very disciplined and basically like seizing that opportunity every time, because he apparently just stays calm and plays well the entire weekend, which is the most important part. But yeah, so that's basically how I felt about this Duelist Cup. I felt basically this Duelist Cup, I'm very happy about the possibility or likelihood that Quantal has qualified for us. Oh yeah, I can show you your list. Yeah, give me a second. Also, you have to tell me what you changed over the course of the weekend, because I still have the list from the very beginning, I think. You said you changed the Croc to a Dragite, right? I think that's all. So yeah, this is the deck that Quantil played, for anyone that's interested. I played it a little bit on stream, but you shouldn't use my footage as a way to understand the deck, because I didn't really play it well, I think. Especially going second into boards, I think you can do better than I did. But yeah, Mermail I think Mermail had one advantage over other decks, which is the fact that it was the best into Blue Eyes, probably. Because, and this is, I think, the one misconception that I had with Memento. I didn't expect there to be this much Blue Eyes. There was certain periods in this Duelist Cup where I played against so many Blue Eyes. I want to say there's even a chance that Blue Eyes was the deck I played against the most. I am not sure if there was more Snake Eyes than Blue Eyes, which is kind of crazy to me personally, because I don't think Blue Eyes is better. But that was just a misconception on my part. As well as that specifically goes to like Memento as well. Like Memento is not that good into Blue Eyes, because Blue Eyes plays a lot of low impact hand traps. And while Memento has some hands that can easily beat Imperm Veiler or whatever, but when Blue Eyes just plays so many of them, it's just like too likely that you pass your turn. Like you just go like normal summon Darkblade, they Veiler it, you chain a Bone Party, or you activate Bone Party, they purge it, or they ash it, and you pass. That's just happened too much with me when I was playing Memento. I was doing completely fine into Fuvas, into Drolls, into Nibs. I was playing the Maxi minigame like any other deck. I was doing completely fine in all the high impact hand trap situations, but like I was not doing super well into Blue Eyes, because like some hands I was like I lose to Imperm here, I lose to Veiler here, and Blue Eyes just has more of those cards. Yeah, and Mermail I think has another advantage, that I think Mermail just was the deck that you got in the most games with in like a good way, because I think the Mermail win rate was probably similar to the ones of most other decks. Like, I don't think Mermail was like miles above of Snake Eyes and stuff like that, but people just left every time you summoned Neptibus, unless their hand was insane. It was just for the Duelist Cup, the Mermail deck was like, let's call it a very honest deck, basically, because people just see very quickly on whether they can win against Mermail or not. Like you see the Neptibus, and this is not a sign of a healthy deck, by the way. I'm just saying why it's a good thing for the Duelist Cup in particular. But like in the Duelist Cup, this is a good quality, I suppose. But like for the most part, it's just like they summon Neptibus, and you already know, do I have a chance or not, right? Which is, it's toxic, but it's good for the Duelist Cup, because it puts you, like, I think with Mermail, even though I made mistakes with the deck, but I still feel like a lot of people, they just leave because they don't want to sit through your combo and then lose anyways, which means that you don't have as many rooms to make mistakes, right? Like the amount of people that let me do the full Memento combo just to see if I mess it up was definitely more than with Mermail, which means that you just can't mess up as much with Mermail when people just leave. Of course, going second, you always have to play into the board, and that's more skillful. But going first, it's usually rather simple. You just like see if they leave, and they usually do, which is relaxing, right? It's a good factor about the deck in Duelist Cup. It doesn't speak well for its health for the game, but it's good for the cup. But yeah, in general, I wish the format in Master Duel was less combo heavy at the moment. That is my only takeaway. I enjoyed the weekend. I genuinely did. I think my mental was stronger this time. It wasn't perfect yet, but I had a good weekend. It was a stressful weekend, but it was a good weekend. It was basically, I just wish there was less dominant combo decks in Master Duel. Less like I'm still the fact that I enjoyed this weekend does not mean that I'm not sick of Snake Eyes. I also didn't like playing against Mermail, of course, and the Millennium Engine in general just felt too powerful, because people were even playing it in Crystron. This is the Crystron list that I also played a little bit. It was completely fine. It's a strong deck. in Master Duel right now, and I think something needs to happen about Sengenjin, Golem. I don't know what they like. Here's the thing, right? We've talked about this in the past at some point, I feel like, but the amount of times this weekend, I think this was the most common opener that I faced. The two most common openers that I faced during the Duelist Cup were normal summon Ether Barrel, or basically start with Primite, or start with Millennium. Those were this happens like so often in this format. Like Sengenjin into Golem, into Doomed Dragon, into Zombie Vampire, into whatever happens from there happens, whether it's Chris Strong combo or Snake Eye and Fiendsmith combo. These cards are too strong of an enabler, especially in best of one, where there's basically no limiting factor to it. Because in the TCG, at least these cards suck in timeout. So you have to think twice about playing a deck with these cards. Because even if it works game 1, you don't know if it's going to work game 3. So it's like there's some actual downside to playing these cards in the TCG. In Master Duel, in best of one, there is no downside whatsoever to these cards as long as your deck can make use of Zombie Vampire. Because this is just... this card or this card is 3 bodies without normal summoning with massive attack points. Like this card plus a normal summon kills you under Max C, under Nibiru, plus it removes 1 monster from the monster zone into the spell trap zone with Doom Dragon. It's like you normal summon anything, you kill them in 4 summons, and you remove a monster. It's crazy. These cards are not being used in Master Duel the way they are intended to be used. I mean, some people are playing the Exodia deck, but not really. So I don't know. And I don't know what they want to do about this, because the engine is so large that even if you put, like, I don't know, you put Sengenjin to 1 or something, it's like you can still play more Wedju Temples, I guess, but drawing Wedju Temple is worse than drawing Sengenjin. So yeah. But yeah, no, I think something like Sengenjin to 1 needs to happen, even though it does impact the Millennium deck, like the pure Millennium deck, and I don't know if they want to do that. The only other solution is banning Zombie Vampire or this guy. I don't know. Detonator will power creep them anyways. That's the other thing, I suppose, but I don't really like that argument. I think because that way, I just don't want power creep to run too rampant, because there's going to be a world as well where then Ryziel gets hit on a ban list, and then all of a sudden people start playing this stuff again. I don't know. I think objectively these cards are too powerful right now, and they should do something about it. That's where I stand on it. Like, yes, maybe once Malice and Ryziel comes out, these decks would naturally decline a little bit, but I don't like that argument too much. But yeah. We're gonna see, I suppose, what exactly they are going to do. Because usually after the Worlds Qualifier or after the Duelist Cups is when we get the bigger ban lists, quote unquote, right? So hopefully that's the case this time around. And then we also get probably Ryziel and Malice soon. So we're just gonna wait for that. So yeah. That was my Duelist Cup weekend recap. I hope you all enjoyed the streams as well. I could certainly tell from the numbers at certain points that people were still interested. So I'm thinking if I ever want to take a Duelist Cup seriously again in the future, I'm probably going to do it this exact way, because I thought it was enjoyable for me. And I was happy to see that there was still enough people watching. So like it wasn't really like inconvenient for me to just have the stream on, and I felt like some people enjoyed it, and so that was a win-win in my book, so it's fine. We're not finishing for today. We're gonna play some of the new event in Master Duel now. But yeah, in general about this, I went live today because I did want to talk about all these things while they were still fresh on my mind, and I didn't want to wait until like tomorrow or Thursday to return to streaming. But I will say, today's stream, because I'm still a little bit tired from the weekend, we might not go the full distance today until 5. We'll just see how long I have, like how long I want to play the time travel thingy for, and then we'll just leave it at that. And the rest of the week, I don't know exactly when I'm going to be live yet because I have a stream on Saturday and I also have a stream on Sunday. On Saturday, we're going to be doing the Asia versus EU Challenger Cup, which is always very fun. And on Sunday, we're doing the Challenger Cup season finals. So we have 2 tournaments that I'm going to be streaming on Saturday and on Sunday. So I feel like I'm going to need some days off during the week because otherwise, like streaming, I streamed like 50 hours over the course of the weekend. I'm streaming today. I'm streaming next weekend, both days. I'm going to need some days to relax. Otherwise, I'm going to lose my mind. So I'm live today, and that it might be the only day this week until Saturday. I don't know yet. Maybe tomorrow, depending on how I'm feeling. But I don't know yet. Today we are now going to travel in time. I've already played in this, dude. I played yesterday. I could not resist, dude. I love these time travel duel trials. So I already have my pack and everything. But I played some with the loner decks. I played some Gladiator Beast, although the list is not terrible. It's also very far from optimal. It has way too many monsters. It only has 2 test tigers, which is criminal. It plays like 6 copies of Prisma, which is insane. No Stratos. 6 Prismas with 2 tigers is just completely ass. But yeah. I built a Teledad deck because this is technically, the thing is, correct me if I'm wrong right now. All the old heads unite. This is the Time Travel 2008 with OCG cards released up to December 2008, which is, I don't think, Teledad tier 0. Because I built Teledad, but correct me if I'm wrong, I think the best deck in this period in time was actually the Zombie Sworn deck. With, like, Malicious, Mizuki, I believe, is already out. And they have 2 Card of Safe Return, I believe. Yeah. Which, oh, by the way, you can now craft Trap Dust Shoot in Master Duel. I found this out earlier. This used to not be possible. Maybe Card of Safe Return also wasn't possible for a while. But I believe the best deck in this format is actually Zombie Sworn. Which let me see if I can find a reference list for it. Zombie Sworn. I'm gonna show off the Teledad deck for a while. Also, I got a Royal Destiny draw when I crafted it this morning. But I wanna play some Zombie Sworn as well. If I can. I need to see if I have enough ultra rare crafting points for it. Zombie Sworn Yu-Gi-Oh! 2009 Zombie Sworn. Oh, this is not it. Let me check. Yu-Gi-Oh! Format library. Formats. Yeah, because in TCG, let me bring it up. Yeah. So in TCG, Teledad format was September 2008, which means that like the event is December 2008 OCG, which means we are a fair bit after Teledad here. It's more like this one, I think. More like the cat format, probably. Actually, no, that's not accurate. Where's Zombie Sworn, dude? Zombie Sworn. Is Zombie Sworn not a category here in Teledad format? Delta, Zombie, Twilight Zombie, Light Sworn. I don't know, dude. The way I remember it, let me see if I can get it together. Hold up. So the way I remember it is the following. Hold up. So it was time travel. So you played Wolves, You played like 3 Luminas. You played Lila. Charge. Oh, there's no charge yet. That they definitely had charge in TCG. Oh yeah, charge is a TCG exclusive, right? Or was a TCG exclusive. Oh, okay. Yeah, but they played Mizuki. Plague. I don't know how many plagues. Oops. I don't know how many plagues. I think they played some goblin zombies as well, so you could keep searching Mizukis. They played malicious. And then it was like card of safe return. Charge of the Light Brigade, of course. And so on. And like you get the idea, right? Where it's like basically you just spam Mizuki Plague Spreader, so you have like infinite tuners, you have malicious, you draw infinite with card of safe return. You have wolves, which if you mill them is also crazy with card of safe returns. Basically, it's kind of like that. It has like foolish at 2, I think. No, yeah, it's at 2. Some people even played dark armed in this deck, but it wasn't reliable because you're milling a lot. People usually, I don't think people played Judgment Dragon in this. It was more like Lumina, Lila, and Wolf with like Charge of the Light Brigade. Solar Recharge, I think, was also played probably. So this deck is just this deck is crazy. So it would have like, you're gonna craft. I'm not gonna craft it because charge is not legal. This is very much like a 2009 version of Tearlaments. Aaron? Oh, did you play an Aaron? Oh, Aaron was also TCG exclusive, I think. Yeah. But yeah, you can play like Greffer, you can play Rhoda in this, but yeah, this is, and it just spammed synchros like crazy. Yeah. We can't play this in this event because there's no charge. So what we're gonna play is the deck that was the best deck in TCG in 2008, which is Teledad. Which looked probably, this is somewhat, I think, historically accurate. I put a Snipe Hunter as 41st card because my boy Snipe Hunter. This is a pretty accurate. Ignore the third alt art Rhoda. I don't have a third normal Rhoda. Please. Same for Stardust. But yeah, Oppression. Some people played Oppression in this, but it's not here. Can you not craft it in Master Duel? Or is it banned? Oh, it's banned. Because you can't generate, I think. Alright. Dark End is legal? Yeah. Yeah. Also, I noticed that in this event, when you go first, you draw 6 cards. Was that the same in the Edison and Goat one? Did they add that? Did they change it to now have a 6th card when you go first, or was that always the case? Ooh! It was the same? Okay, good. All right, we are probably setting Sangan. Probably nice. It's probably good to shotgun Dust Shoot in this format, in case they have like a Destiny draw plus target situation going on. Ooh. Okay, knowing about the Gores is huge. I think I need to take the Raikou, though. Raikou is so good in this format, man. Because it doesn't target. I noticed that earlier. I also had... I ran into a Raikou with a Stardust and I couldn't negate it. Which is craziness. I really want to get rid of the Gores. But the Raikou is too scary, man. I'm scared of the dog. So it was Honest, Lumina, Jane, Carta Safe for turn, and Gores. I'm gonna bottomless this Jane so they don't get mills and so that my Spirit Reaper can connect. Because I ain't a coward. I'm gonna Spirit Reaper into the Gores. Oh, Rebons. That's nice. If I flip Sangan, I can get rid of the token. Probably worth. Okay, they are also not a coward. They're holding the Gores. That's not so greedy. I don't agree with that. I respectfully disagree with that. Okay, so we hit the card a safer turn, which is big. So it's Lumina, Honest, Gores. Sick. Would hit Plague. Okay, well. Oh! Oh! Is it Jover? Is it Jover? Malicious. Oh, well, they have Gore, so I can't really win this turn. Fine. I'm so happy, man. I get to summon my favorite card again. Go ahead, honest me. Honest me. Do it. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. All right, you want to play? You want to Gamba again? Ah, no. Now we're cowarding out. Okay. Goodbye, honest. I am currently considering putting the Gores on top of the deck so they redraw it, so I don't have to deal with any unknown card they draw. At the same time, they have Plague in the graveyard. Oh. I have to get ready to defend the Synchro play with this, because I beat the Gores with the Colossal anyways. And they don't really have any crazy draws here, because they have no more... They don't have 4 Lightsworns, so they can't like top deck JD or anything. Do they have a Synchro 9 other than Mistworm? Probably not. Because you can't make Mistworm here, it needs 3. Okay. I'm pretty sure this is 1. No matter what they do here. That's not Goyo Guardian. Okay. I'm just gonna put the Gores on top. Even though I think they just die next turn, so whatever. Leave Reaper alone! Give me a dark monster so I can summon Dad. Oh my god, I don't want to banish my dad. Damn it! Well, we have one. But I really want to summon... I want to summon the dad, man. Because if we do this, they're going to draw Gores, which is GG. Summon Dad next turn. Dude. Summon Armageddon. He has no animation? That is the most disrespectful thing I have seen in my life. That's crazy. What the? There's no Dark Arm Dragon anime. That's one of the most iconic cards in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. What the hell? Ugh. Fix your game, Konami. Fix your game. What the hell is that? Oh, man. Oh, man. That's not right. That is not right. Ooh, that slaps. Okay, now it slaps a little bit less because now I'm scared of drawing more malicious. Snipe Hunter! Run Stratos out there. And not sure which one's better on average. Probably Diamond Dude. I'm not sure if I like setting Torrential here, because most people are playing Lightsworn. I don't want to get Lilad, but in general, you should probably set it. I think Lightsworn is by far the most popular deck in this, because it's the best loner as well, I think. If I get Lilad, I guess I can still... I can Reaper them next turn. A quest! Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh. Could be a War Chariot angle. Ah, they're cowards! Everyone's afraid of Snipe Hunter. Stardust Wagon. Thought Ruler only negates effects that target a psychic. I'm trying to see if I can play around Dimensional Prison. Because I could make another level 8 synchro. I can also Reborn Snipe Hunter. That's not that useful. I could also hold Brio. Yeah, but Brio just isn't enough pressure or game. I don't want to discard this stuff to just rip. I think I can go like this. Secure this, and now I can think about, do I want to risk this into Deep Prison? Because this is really good into Gladbeast. Like, just having Stardust around is very nice, I think. I don't want to risk it getting banished. Scrap Dragon? This is like 2 years before Scrap Dragon. Ah! Why is he here? The hell? That's not the loner then. I don't think, at least. Yeah, maybe Primite Engine. Okay, I am a coward, so before I allure, I will use Malicious. I don't want to draw the third Malicious. I'm scared of that. It's like the worst timing to draw Dust Shoot right after they went below. Ooh, what is that? Solemn Judgment angle? I feel like it is. That is at least one Solemn Judgment. Ah, man. I'm so scared of the last one being Prison. Because the problem is they've played it in the exact way you would play it if it was Prison. So I think it's just this for now. They have no way. I guess do I set this? No, I can discard it for Wing Blaster or whatever. It's so hard for it should be so hard for Gladbeast to outstart us. Leave me alone! Leave me alone! What the hell, man? What is this? Why is it full of hard counters to my deck? Stop! Good thing I kept Dust Shoot in hand. I mean, now I'm gonna get deep prison, man. I played around it! I played around it! No Gladbeast, no Gladbeast, no way. No. No. Oh my god, they are the god. Why is there DD Warrior Lady, man? Yeah, okay, you're the best, man. You're the best. I got 3 darks, though. I got 3 darks. Hello. Come on. Dad? They're too strong. Yeah, I knew they were gonna draw a monster. There was no universe where they wouldn't draw a monster there. Like there was no chance. The way this game was going, they were always gonna draw a monster there. Holy shit. Damn, we got destroyed. Love it when modern Yu-Gi-Oh players get cooked in old formats. Sorry you can't play solitaire. That is probably the dumbest thing I've seen in my Twitch chat ever. If you knew how inappropriate that was, you would probably be ashamed of yourself. This is the loner. I can tell it's the loner because it plays way too many monsters and ways to search the monsters. What did you play during Teledat format? I played Plants because I couldn't afford Teledat. I did not have 1,000 euros back then. Both of these are not good against Gladbeasts, unfortunately. This hand is very bad into Gladbeasts, is the problem right now. This hand is very bad into Gladbeasts because I can't really set anything without them being able to go for a quest. Bestiary, I mean. Well, it's just like, what am I gonna do? Maybe I just don't set. No, if I don't set a Solemn, I just get Geyserist into Oblivion. So I said heavy as well to bait them. I don't know how believable it is anyways. I just risk losing it to like a bestiary. No way, dude set 2 at once. If I only set 1 solemn here, I lose to their solemn. That's, I mean, that's crazy behavior. Because solemn is at 3 in this format. If I'm solemn judgmenting their guy's Eris and they solemn me back, I literally just lose the game. So if you set solemn, you set both. Oh. It's probably bottomless and they're just thinking if it's worth. Which it probably is, to be honest. It probably is worth bottomlessing this. Because, yeah, I mean, I'm not very close to having Dark Armed, so it's the only other thing you can really bottomless, I think. Ooh. I know it's not Mirror Force because they had a response window on summon. The problem here is that Mystic Tomato is a liability against Glad Beasts because it's just a very easy one to attack over. Yep, and guess what? They have enough Glads to choose whichever they want. They also have a Bestiary in graveyard right now, which is not good for me because it means they can tag out into Darius to bring out another Bestiary. I'll take the Bestiary away. Yeah, they can clear my board, but they have to use heavy for it because otherwise I'm gonna judgment the normal summon. I'm definitely gonna judgment the normal summon now that they have no defense basically. I can kill them next turn if they don't heavy here. Even if they heavy, they probably lose, but are there any hand traps in 08 format? There's DD Crow, which is pretty good actually. I think looking back, historically, people underplayed DD Crow, even though it was popular, but like it wasn't popular enough, I think. The main quality of DD Crow in that old format is not that it's a hand trap though, it's the fact that it you can basically it's like an interruption that you don't have to set, so you don't play into Heavy Storm as much. In most older formats. Oh, I should have seen if Diamond Dude hits. I didn't check. Oh, I didn't check. I will never know now. Damn it. It helps manipulate the Dark Count. Yeah, that's a side thing too if you're playing a Dark Arm deck, yeah. Was Trago not out yet? I don't actually know if Tragodia I think is TCG release 2009. I don't know if it's out in this particular format. It might be. September 09 for track. Yeah, I think in TCG it was 2009, but it's definitely possible it was earlier in OCG. Someone actually hit me with Crush Card, so I foolish 3 Mizukis. Yeah, Crush Card has the updated text in this one, which actually it's still pretty powerful, but like against some decks it's not good, like zombies. Fellow Snipe Hunter enjoyer, let's go. Okay, we're going in on turn 1 here. That's a lot of cards you're using. Don't know how worth that is. We'll find out. Okay. How many sets you got? 2. Okay. Well then. Fair enough. Good thing I drew Rhoda, because now they can't take my Stratos. Don't be so afraid of my Snipe Hunter, man! Damn it. Yeah, this does not feel like a great position for them. I will hold the Rhoda, because Rhoda can actually be a lot of different stuff in this deck. You can get Armageddon Knight, you can get Grepper, you can get one of the small Destiny heroes. It's like pretty flexible. I don't know what I want with it yet. Good bite. All right, now we're just up 2 cards. 3 cards soon. Krebons. Do I want to go Krebons into a level 8 synchro? It'd be neat, and I have protection with Solemn. At the same time, they are so low on cards that I could also just normal summon Sangan and start beating him down. I kind of prefer that. I don't know if I need to go Malicious Krebons here, because it's kind of inting into Torrential. Because ideally, I want to. They have no cards in hand, so if I can hold to Solemn for whatever they draw, I would prefer that. I don't feel the need necessarily here to go in because they don't have a lot of. Because it's also like they have a Malicious that they can use. Yeah. Yeah, so that's second Malicious now. I like that this play, if they go for a level 8 synchro here, it will put them in, well, I guess they know I have Solemn, yeah. Okay, so they didn't go for it. Right. Probably tells me they don't have their own Solemn. I mean, I don't really want to discard here is the problem. I don't have anything I want to discard. Tomato seems fine as well. I want to get rid of Krebons, though. How do I out Krebon? I could... This... No. This... No. I'll take Snipe Hunter. If they have Bottomless or Torrential or Solemn, they have to like decide on whether they want to have me get the Snipe Hunter onto the field. Calm. Calm. We can make it. We can really make a play here, man. We just win if this works. It would never would Snipe Hunter let me down. I never for a second I never for a second did I doubt that. Yeah, I felt like their turn 1 was too greedy. Their hand was super strong. They had Dust Shoot. They had everything, man. I feel like. Refer Malicious, Dust Shoot, Bottomless, Wingwind Blast. Especially with the Wingman Blast, I feel like they should have just held the Malicious. I don't know. Oh. Do you still have 3 Solemns? I recrafted one for this. I had 2 because it was semi-limited, but I recrafted it. Oh my god, give me a Destiny hero. Oh my god. We are so going crazy if we draw a Destiny hero. Okay, Lightsworn. Reaper is good against Lightsworn. Oh, 1 JD gone. Ooh, it's not the loner deck. Ah. Right, hold the fort, Reaper. Hold the fort. Is there anything to farm in this event or just for fun? You get a pack after 3 wins. No, Celestia, man. Dude, we're being high rolled. Necro Gardener. How many Lightsworns? 1, 2. Okay. Dude, I have so many. I have 3 Rhodas, Stratos, 5 Destiny heroes. Oh, it's so many. Allure. Please, anything. Let's go. Let's freaking go, man. Okay, bro. That is somewhat annoying. Oh my god, dude. That's the wrong Rhoda. That is not gonna save you, brother. They have Necro Gardener, so I doubt I can win this turn. Also, please don't draw the third Malicious. They have some. Is that a response? Oh, Necrogartner. Necrogartner can be activated at any time, right? If I remember correctly. Yeah, you can banish this card from your grave, negate the next attack. Yeah. Okay, well, this is Lightsworn number 3, which is good news. They live because the Necrogartner. Probably don't need the malicious. All right, then. All right, then. Bring it. Bring it on. It's not impossible. But they don't have Plague Spreader. Yeah, they don't have 4 Lightsworns. This is like 2 years before Edison, yeah. This is like right after Synchros came out. Like a couple months after Synchros came out. Are there any difference with TCG 2008 format, or is it relatively the same? The deck that I'm using right now is very close to what people used. There's a couple of decks here that are different. It feels relatively similar to play, but it's not exactly the same. I mean, to be fair, I also didn't really experience it exactly that way because I couldn't afford Teledad in that format. Because Teledad was very expensive at the time. And I was 13 years old. Hello! Dead game! You played Glads? I played Glads in 2009. Because in 2008, Gladiator Beasts were actually also quite pricey. Because Heraklinos was only secret rare. That was very expensive. I don't remember the exact timeline because it's 17 years ago and I was like 12, 13 years old. But I started playing Gladiator Beasts when they got some reprints. Like, I remember Heraklinos got a, I think, special edition super rare. And that's when I could play Gladiator Beast. But during Teledad format, I just played plants. With like like Lone Fire into Titania was my thing. We're still waiting on official confirmation, Yuri. We don't know yet. This is the type of hand where you're very likely to draw another malicious because we're going to draw so much. I'm so afraid of Raiko. How do I beat Raiko, man? Raiko is so good, man. Maybe I just don't attack and wing blast it to the top of their deck immediately. Like, what if I... Okay, hear me out. What if I make Stardust... I don't play Dark End, because I just copied the list. But, like, I just built the deck how I remembered it, so I didn't think of Dark End. Why does Stardust not work? Because Stardust can only negate cards that would definitely destroy a card. And because Raiko does not target and is optional, it's basically like, oh, the game doesn't know that you are going to destroy something. So it treats it like it doesn't necessarily destroy a card. Okay, so what I can do is I can shotgun Wing Blast on the Raiko, but I can also just Solemn it, which I would normally never prefer, but I have 2 Solemns. Yeah, you know what? And because that's better if it's not Raiko. It's the same with Snipe Hunter versus Stardust Dragon. All right, here's the thing. Solemning this is very tempting because it's just draw 2. They didn't have it last turn. I think since I have 2 Solemns, I think I can use one. But this is getting risky territory. If I now have to use my second Solemn. Yeah. It appears like it's not Raiko, to be honest. I feel like that was an easy first flip versus a Stardust Dragon. Okay. Maybe they don't know. It appears like they do not know that Stardust cannot negate Raiko. I think maybe it is Raiko. But they tried to bait the Stardust first or something? Okay. Man! Do I really? I'm judgmenting Raiko. Screw you. Get away from me. Get that dog out of my face. Sure. So currently 2 light. They're gonna go for a wolf, and I'm gonna Phoenix Wing Blast the wolf to their deck. Let's go. Enjoy your wolf next turn. Enjoy your wolf next turn, bro. Alright, Gorse is my #1 concern right now. Damn it. The problem is, because I'm very low on life points. I also can't afford to give them much time. I'm going to use Plague first so that it shuffles my deck, because I don't want to redraw the Trap Dust Shoot. And then malicious to shuffle. This is not game, however. Is the problem. I'm just trying to put him, if possible, under 1,000. Is that under 1,000? Not quite. Oh, dude, 1,100. Shut up. Are they just insane at toggling, or do they not have it? Because if this Colossal now attacks and they have Gores, I probably lose the game, because then the Gores token is 3,000. That is a fat Gores token. They draw a Wolf next turn. Their hand wasn't really explosive last turn. There shouldn't be much happening. There shouldn't be much happening next turn. They draw a Wolf here. They didn't have another recharge, so that Wolf is just dead. And I think we're fine. Because if they didn't have Gores now, they also won't have Gores next turn, and I can just attack for game. But now I can just attack with the Armageddon Knight, and it forces them to Gores if they have it. Yeah, they don't have it. That's fine. It's the thing is, like, we checkmate them either way if they don't have Gores. But there's just less pressure on us in case they do have Gores. Lumina plus Honest GG. Lumina plus Honest would have been game, but Lumina plus Honest would have also been game if I attacked. So that also didn't really matter. Hello. So what else? You know what? Now that the queue is not working anyways, we can also we can create a new deck. We can play some Glad Beasts. Because I said I didn't like the I said I didn't like the loner version. Let's see how I would do it. Hold up. So I think in this era it's appropriate to play the Prisma Test Tiger stuff. Let me make glossy Glad Beasts while I'm at it. So the interesting thing is that Bestiari is still at 3 here. And it's a super rare, so it's not interesting, it's rather just annoying. Prisma. 2 Prisma, 1 Stratos should be okay. With like... I'm gonna play 2 Rotas because I don't want to play the alt art, but I think it's okay to play 2 Rotas. Actually, no, in this deck you can play Emergency Call because it's the same thing. But I like E more. We're gonna play Duel Aquaries. Duel Aquaries, and a quest, a Murmillo. I believe there is no Rechiari because that was also a TCG exclusive. Let me make sure though. There's no Rechiari. Okay. And you can play 1 Hoplomus. Yeah, that's fine. And then Proving Ground is like arguably not even that necessary because this is a lot of monsters already, but okay. War Chariot. I am a fan of Shrink. Like 2 copies of Shrink. The Cold Wave is very good in this deck. Cold Wave is very good in this deck. It should normally play 3 Cold Waves. But I don't have the ultra rare crafting points for that right now. We're gonna have to make it work without a Deep Prison. I think Deep Prison is not great in this format. It just gets popped. I think Bottomless is better. Of course, Stardust Dragon is a problem. I think we try to answer Stardust. Maybe we play 3 Shrinks. Because Stardust Dragon is a problem otherwise. Prisma is not even good. It's definitely possible to play Glad Beast without Prisma. 100%. I agree. I think the version is fun though, so I'm gonna play it. What other traps? Mirror Force. Torrential. Baboku. Oh, let's play Baboku, why not? And let's play Heavy Storm. And Space Typhoon. Book of Moon is probably fine. We can also do 2 Babokus. And what's Book of Moon at? Book of Mon. I can't believe that worked. You know why that worked? It worked because it says monster. Because it has Mon in the name. Book of Mon. It just works. Holy shit. Play 1. E-call. Oh, Reborn is legal. Reborn is broken. In this deck. With Prisma, you make insta Geyseris. 41 is not the worst. I don't want to bother too much. Heraclinos. I only have 1 Heraclinos, but whatever. Is Esadari already out? Probably not. I'll just fill up the extra deck. My Bogoyo in there. Okay, so I need to craft Bestiaries. Unlucky, no royal. Fine. Alright. Play some Glads. Yeah, Pot of Duality is not out. There's Pot of Avarice. I don't know if it's already limited or if it's still at 2 or 3, but Pot of Avarice is out. What's your favorite pot, chat? And why is it Pot of Avarice? Hello, can I queue for a game? I want to play my Gladiator beasts. Thank you. This is very risky, but it is very funny if it works. If I just pass like this. And they don't have Heavy Storm. They said 2 as well because they think I can't Heavy. I'm gonna do it for the content. It's very risky, but if it works, it's crazy. I thought that was Heavy Storm for a second. I thought I got hard punished. I'm not gonna lie. Also, now there's no reward because it's Lightsworn and they won't set shit. Now there's all risk, no reward. If I use my Test Tiger here to tag into Darius to bring back Bestiari, we do 4,200 damage and we can make a Heraklinos after, which I think is good here. Because at the moment they only have, after I pop this Raikou, they only have 3 Lightsworns in the grave, so with Heraklinos we can like stop them from making the thingy happen. Dude, don't do it. This gore sucks ass. Don't do it. Don't make gores, man. Don't gores. Okay. I'm popping the token, by the way, because the token is a light monster, so it can get honested. But I also think I'm tempted to just go into Geyseris again to pop the scores. I will have to pop my own Heavy Storm with Bestiari because it's unfortunately mandatory, which sucks a little bit. But I'm... If I just make Heraklinos, the problem is if they normal size, yeah, it's fine. Gonna hold the Shrink for a potential discard for Hera. Token is a Light Fiend. No, the token is a fairy. Gorse is a fiend, the token is a fairy. But you were onto something. I like where your head's at. It's sad that Red Chiari was a TCG slot. Red Chiari is so good. It's probably my favorite Glad Beast. Because like regulating your opponent's Lightsworn count is so. Dude, something is wrong with the servers today. Maybe the Duelist Cup just fried the servers or something. But the queue is not working. No one's playing. I mean, okay, maybe the format is less popular than others, but like that doesn't explain why the queue just breaks. Or does it? Because wouldn't it then just run longer, the thingy? Does it kick you out of the queue? But yeah, I mean, tryout duels are less, or duel trials are less popular than events, of course. That's why I wish they made these as events. Time to snipe you, say less. I mean, be my guest. Go and queue at the same time. I don't care. All for fun anyways. It might also be a matter of they try to queue people with loner decks into other people with loner decks so that it's more fair. But this hand sucks, man. Too many monsters. Too many monsters. It's all Lightsworn, man. Oh, that was a shit mill. They lost Avarice. No, why are you not greedy? Hello, you're supposed to attack. Oh, man, no. They have to have Foolish as well. Otherwise, this makes no sense. Because now the Lila is just there chilling. Oh, oh, come on, man. Oh. Bro, thank you for the free pop. What the hell? That was just gambling, man. They were like, oh, if I mill a wolf, I draw a card. If I mill a wolf, I draw a card. Leave me alone, Lightsworn. Don't have a fast hand, please. No fourth Lightsworn, nothing. I want to beat you under 1,000 first. Hello. This is no fun Yu-Gi-Oh, no complexity, nothing. Guys, why can't we just let everyone enjoy what they enjoy? If you enjoy modern Yu-Gi-Oh, play modern Yu-Gi-Oh. If you enjoy old Yu-Gi-Oh, play old Yu-Gi-Oh. If you enjoy both, then play both. They all have their pros and cons. This is also fun for me in just in a different way. Just do what you like and let others like what they like, all right? Yes, it's very different. Different does not mean better, but different does not mean worse. Oh no, they're popping off, man. The thing is, as long as I don't die, and this Bestiary ends up in my graveyard, I can pop off back at them, because I can test Tiger into Darius, into Geyseris. So, like, I can push back. Oh! Is over. It is so over. Actually, I shouldn't have reborned. Oh, the reborn was not good. I don't like... Okay, we know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna steal one of their light swords so that they can't JD me. I probably shouldn't have used the reborn though, and just should have kept one extra card in hand for Heraklinos negate. I like this situation though, because now I don't have to be afraid of JD, so I can just bottomless this Herald to prevent any Plague Spreader plays, and they just can't get into JD. Actually, I like my play. I think it was good. I like Glad Beast. Glad Beast is probably one of my favorite old-time decks because it's one of the more intricate ones if you play like the hybrid version, like not the full trap build, but not like the full combo builds, more like the ones in between. I like it has a lot of fun game states, I think. And it's like pretty viable in a lot of different retro formats. Like whether you play like, you can probably play it in most retro formats from 2008 to 2010, 11-ish. After that, it falls off. But until that time, it's probably okay. I don't know if it's still theoretically playable in Tengu Plan format. Definitely not meta, but maybe you can like make something happen. Master Keys, thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate you. Oh. Ah! I need a test tiger right now. I need a test tiger and I cook them. God, please give me a test tiger. Please, no honest. They made this play, so I think they have honest, but like, please. They always have honest, man. I cannot afford to play around Heavy Storm. I need to play around this Lila that I can see is there. Nice, that's the worst one. This has to go because otherwise Plague makes Stardust Dragon. And then I, struggle. Man! No, don't make Stardust now. I was happy you missed the Mirror Force. No! What if it's Deep Prison, though? You might want to make Thought Ruler Archfiend. Make Thought Ruler Archfiend. Hello. No. All right, I'm gonna need a shrink. Deck, can I get shrink? Ah. Dude, this one Stardust is the bane of my existence. I have so many outs though. That's not one of them. Man. Deck thin. Oh, the third plague, man. But I can still win if I draw Shrink. I don't know if Test Tiger is enough at this point. Actually, yeah, Test Tiger is still enough. Actually, no, it's not, because they made Red Dragon Archfiend. Shrink still cooks. Oh wait, no, the Hoplomus is alive. I'm losing my frickin' mind, man. If I had this one turn earlier, it would now cook. Damn it, man. Yeah, but now I don't have a monster to pair with Shrink, so I can't even top deck anything. Bro, I lost to one Stardust because I just drew I drew 2 bottomless, Mirror Force, Torrential, and only monsters. Insane. I'm gonna draw Shrink now, watch. Okay, another monster, sick. Mano. Yeah, Reborn was still an out. I have so many outs to it. I have 3 Shrink, 3 War Chariot, 3 Test Tiger, Book of Moon would have done it, Vaboku would have done it as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14. Bro. It'd be dope if I can play against anything that isn't Lightsworn. That doesn't look like Lightsworn. That does not feel like Lightsworn at all. It's too many monsters, man. It really is too many monsters. That's crazy. I did not expect emergency call to trade with one of their back rows, but I guess I'll take it. No, there. Stop. You're making my Solemn Judgment more expensive. You're making my card worse. What deck are they playing? What the hell is this? I was trying to go for a cheeky contact fuse next turn, backed up by Solemn Judgment, and they just friggin' hit me with a Nobleman a crossout? The hell does that mean? It's got to be some sort of burn. No, it's not burn because it's upstart. Some sort of stun anti-meta. What plays Nobleman of... This card is ass in this format, bro. Well, I'm not running out of monsters anytime soon. Leave me alone, man! Bro, your deck does nothing. Ah, we connected. Let's go. We have battled. Ah! Cringe. You cringe, man. Are you gonna summon? Nope. Cyber Dragon. Uh-oh. Yeah. That's that one. Nope. Bro, stop telling him I have solemn judgment, man. I'm not in the mood for toggle gaming right now. Would you like to solemn judgment your own war chariot, which is like the only card that can possibly respond to this? Okay, wasted smashing, bro. You're gonna kill it anyways. Well, that's useless under macro, but macro is gone now, so that's good. Attack! 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 Pop! Pop! Ooh! Easy. Can you check decks in this format? Because I want to see what they were playing. It seemed like some sort of macro stun. Good stuff. Maybe gadgets? Oh no, it was just cringe. Okay, that deck never beats my deck there. I guess Skill Drain can beat me. Yeah, I guess Skill Drain can beat me. Bro, Lone Fire Titanial is devious. Imagine playing Stun in 2008. There was a period where, I mean, the deck was more so called anti-meta. People didn't call it Stun back then. But like it was during the tier 0 formats, it was a real alternative. Like when Dark Arm Dragon first came out and everyone was playing dark decks, there were like legit decks in the format, main decking like Shadow Imprisoning Mirror and stuff like that, because it was just like the only way to realistically win if you were not spending the money for Dark Arm Dragons. It was called like meta beat or anti-meta, yeah. The thing is, like, even though like the stun stuff is considered very cringe now, back in the day, I'm sure people still hated the approach, but like for the most part, it was healthier in the game because it didn't like, it didn't really, there was enough outs that like it wasn't always that toxic. So it was, I think it was less problematic than it is now. Oh, that screams Celestia to me. That gives me Celestia vibes, which is not the end of the world, but it is good for them. Or maybe it's a different type of play they're trying to set up, but oh, we'll see. Ooh, okay. Plague Spreader is good for me. everyone is playing the Lightsworn Loner, dude. Is this Plague plus charge? There is no charge in this because it was a TCG exclusive. How do you just make a play that puts you at 3 cards to 6 to do 2,300 damage? What the hell was even that? Okay. Also, they kept the wolf in hand. I guess they wanted to discard it. Okay, Brionac again. I think I'm fine with this. I'll let him discard if they want to. I'm not going to torrential this. Okay. Okay. Okay, the card in hand has to be JD. I think the only card... I drew another one. I didn't even need this out to win, but I feel like the only card you potentially keep over setting a Raikou there has to be another... It has to be like JD. The only thing I can think of. I don't know, man. Pot of Avarice? Pot of Avarice isn't even live now, though. I think both Lumina or Honest were not worth keeping there last turn. So this puts them to 3 Lightsworns if I torrential. Which means I that's fine. I'll keep my torrential. Why are you attacking the Glad Beast, bro? It tags out. It tags out for free. Ping. No mills for you. I can only make this play because I have Proving Ground in hand, and I know I can out the Wolf. Otherwise, I have to Torrential, which is also probably a winning line. But Gladiator Beast, guys, Eris is the first Link monster, by the way. Don't know if you knew that already. It really is the first Link monster if you think about it. Don't think about it too hard though, but... That's a lie. Neos was first? Oh yeah, Neos might be first. Yeah, my bad. I lied. I made things up. The first relevant Link monster then. Okay. My bad. I like Glad Beast. It's fun. Classic Farfa L take again. Not even gonna read it. It's not worth it. I've checked. Why are control decks always hated by the generic gym? I think they require too much thinking, probably. The only explanation I have. This game's over. What the hell were they doing? Yeah, also it's fun because the Gladiator Beast is basically the exact opposite of Runic if you think about it. Because they basically do the exact opposite of skipping your battle phase. So you did read my message? Yeah, I said it's not worth reading out loud because it was so shit. That's why I kept it to myself. I like that they went for Prisma as their only play, so I don't have to worry about Chariot at all. No response. Hmm. It's dangerous to attack it is dangerous to attack because if it's Mirror Force or Deep Prison, I get cooked. There's a world where I should set shrink instead of proving ground. But like they'd have to make an insane call to punish this. Basically, what they would have to do is send Bestiari, set okay, that's why I didn't set the shrink in case of heavy storm. Yeah, they had Mirror Force. So now I'm getting Geysirist, but I have shrink. I have place to counter it. Or maybe I should have just not set the proving ground either. Just the war chariot could have been fine. But I was just like, if I only set one, they might not be afraid enough. I don't know. We'll see. I'm just hoping they don't have good traps because I can beat whatever they're making here. If they summon a Glad Beast to pop my Laquari now, I can beat that. I just don't know how well I can handle their back row. It is a crazy strong turn though. If they have if they have a war chariot, the game is over. The thing is though, if they have a war chariot here, it also doesn't matter what I do. Like, I just cannot beat that setup really. No matter what I do, I think last turn. If they make Heraklinos here and set war chariot, it's just over. I'm pretty sure. I can beat most back rows that aren't war chariot. Crab Dust Shield would have beaten me. Might be war chariot. It's probably war chariot. Yeah. Oh, that was the god hand, man. Heraklinos plus war chariot is so hard to beat. Malice cooks this. Malice can beat Chariot plus Heraklinos, yes. That is true. But you still, even with Malice, you need a specific hand. You basically need normal summon plus March Hare or Bestial. And if you don't, because you can't have the field spell as extender because Heraklinos just negates it. It's not that easy. What the hell? What the hell, dude? Hello? Huh? Okay. Can't rip my hand if I said it all. If my game doesn't crash. Seems like some type of warrior beat strategy. Another Dawn man. No, don't play multiple. Like, bro. Leave me alone, man. Get the Dawn out of here. Skull Zoma. I'm going to use a bottomless on it. Even though it's in defense position and I technically can just attack it. If they stop my attack and then they turn it to attack, it might be a problem. So I'll just get rid of it. I don't know what they're playing. At this point, I am guessing. I'll just attack. Okay. Kunai with chain. The hell is happening here? What are they cooking? Why is it in attack position? Hello? What is the Dawn doing in attack mode? That scares me. Oh, toggle. Oh, man. Okay. No. That's actually very close to insane. But I have an answer for it. That would otherwise be crazy. Because that would have made the Dawn bigger than my Glad Beast. And then it would have discarded my Bestiari because it was inflicting battle damage. That would have been a crazy kunai with chain. Go, bestie. Oh. It was Mirror Force. Test Tiger is kind of a crazy card with 2008. Test Tiger is very good. I like Test Tiger. It makes a deck that's otherwise very slow have the option to turn up the speed a little bit. Well, it can't be another Mirror Force. We are beating the Dawn, yeah. Ugh. Okay. Bro, it's me all weekend. Tails. 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 Oh, man. Okay, what was that deck? I mean, I see the idea. It's kind of fun. It's probably a little bit late in 2008. It's more like something you can maybe pull off in GOAT, where it's like hand rip control, basically, right? Where you're just like trying to inflict battle damage with these guys. What's this card do? Okay. Toon table of contents for Toon Gemini Elf. And then you have this as well, if you can... I see it. I don't know why the trap monsters are here, to be honest with you. That part I don't get. But the hand rip part is kind of fun. It's kind of trolly. Yeah, Spirit Reaper should probably be here. Like, you just play a bunch of removal and Spirit Reaper and Dawn. You could probably make that work in GOAT format. Oh, yeah. Guys, I'm starting to get a little bit tired. The weekend was a little stressful. So I think we're going to leave it at that, like 30 minutes earlier than usual. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. Thank you all again for tuning in over the course of the weekend as well. I hope you enjoyed the first stream back. Once again, I don't know how often I'm going to be live this week. I know I'm going to be live Saturday and Sunday, like I said earlier. But I'm probably going to take some other days off because the weekend was hella stressful. I'm going to be streaming both days next weekend again. So there's going to be less streams this week, but we'll see. You guys are just going to have to see. I'm just going to have to see how I'm feeling when I wake up and whether I'm in the mood for it or not. But yeah, thank you all. Thank you for tuning in today. Hope you enjoyed the little bit of a weekend recap and all the things I've missed over the last couple of days. I will see you guys the latest on Saturday for the Asia versus EU Challenger Cup, which is going to be a fun one. So I hope you guys tune in on Saturday. Until then, thank you guys for watching today. I'm going to see where I can send you guys right now. Looks like MBT is just starting to stream. I can send you guys over there. Hope you guys have fun over there. Thank you for watching again. Appreciate all your support. And yeah, I'm gonna keep you guys updated over on Discord, I suppose. You can go !Discord. I'll keep you guys updated on whether we qualified for Worlds or not, because we don't have the official rankings yet. But yeah, thank you all so much, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.